to the Storytime Network. I am, of course, assuming we are live thanks to the helpful OBS thing at the bottom that says live and is counting up. I am your resident sleep-deprived Brit Mill. I got up slightly earlier than I usually do today, just to make sure that everything was set up properly, because, oh boy, was this actually quite a bit of work. Certainly the awards bit was a bit of work.
Yeah.
Joining me as always is Jack.
Hello there.
No Coney this week, unfortunately, but you'll always have us two talking about anime.
Basically, yeah.
Basically makes up most of our days. Certainly this season, anyway. You were watching, what, like 30 shows?
Just shy of it, yeah.
I was watching 16 overall, I think. Admittedly,
I dropped like 3 or 4 of them, but I still watched almost 30 shows.
What did I drop? Or how many did I drop? I had 16 new shows at the very beginning, but I dropped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. And then I also had a bunch of sequels. Admittedly, some of them I did just wait and binge, like My Hero. Binged like 7 episodes of that yesterday, which was fun. But that's to be discussed later on. So up first, it is 86. Oh boy.
As expected, for stuff talking about like season finales and such. Spoiler warning for just this whole general podcast.
Yes, I've got the spoiler warning up, but yeah, it's going to be a full spoiler warning. We aren't going to hold back. It's the end of the season. If there are shows you haven't watched, just keep the sound off.
Yeah.
But yeah, 86. Oh boy, did that give me fucking Blackadder Goes Forth vibes.
I'm struggling not to say any spoilers because I have started reading ahead in light novels, so...
Super.
But, things don't look great at the end of the season for most of the cast.
Again...
Full-on Bolivian army ending type thing.
Yeah, again, it's sort of a shame that, you know, Lena went through all that problem and fucking hard-boiled one of her big friends, even though she turned out to actually be an asshole. She went through all that strife, and, you know, I'm fairly sure she got put on leave for it. And unfortunately, you know, Spearhead was still on their suicide mission after all that.
Yep.
I mean, they managed to last a while. I can't remember exactly how many days.
I think it was like almost a month.
Yeah. I mean, in the end, it really was just a case of their machines. Well, no, it wasn't even the fact that the machines broke down. It was the fact that, well, yeah, some of the machines broke down. The doggy robot broke down. Which was, you know, heartbreaking considering we had, what was it, episode 10? The second half of episode 10 was from its viewpoint. And, you know, they were left with just...
Damn show made me cry over fucking robot dogs.
I'll tell you what. It was... What got me to tear up in 86 wasn't actually, you know, the members of Spearhead potentially dying. I'm not gonna, you know... I'm gonna go with the whole until I see corpses thing that they might not be dead, you know, scenario. Just because I honestly don't know. I'm sure, like in the original ending, they were meant to be dead, but considering it's continued on, and I'm assuming the characters are popular, they might not be dead. At the very least, Shin might not be dead. But anyway, yeah.
I'm avoiding exposing future knowledge.
I know. But it wasn't their potential deaths that got me to tear up. It was actually Lena finding the goodbye messages at the base that got me.
Oh yeah, no, that hit hard.
That hit really hard. And, you know, I mean, all I can really say is I'm really looking forward to the second core of this in September,
It's
October, fall.
October.
Yeah,
Second core is in October.
yeah. Like, I'm really looking forward to it. Because, I mean, I know we've said this in every other stream, but God, is it so nice to have an anime that outright says and has an unflinchingly solid stance of fascism and racism is bad.
Yeah. No, exactly. Like, if systemic racism and fascism could be antagonists, they would definitely be high up on our rankings for antagonists this season.
Unfortunately,
just because of how well they're depicted here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we can't make abstract concepts antagonists.
As we found out to our dismay when we couldn't put the Otters as the antagonists of the season in, what was it, spring 2019? We really wanted those Otters there. But no, abstract concepts can't be villains. That was a season of disappointments for the Best Antagonist Award, because it should have been fucking Kai from Hitori Bochi and the Otters from Sarazanmai, and we weren't allowed either of them.
Yeah, and unfortunately we couldn't do... Yeah, there weren't really a lot of antagonists we could use that season. It's unfortunate. But anyways, this is still a really fucking good show.
Oh, no, it's a fantastic show. Yeah. Like, it is really a fantastic show. I mean, on my overall rankings, I was trying to figure out exactly where I wanted this, Oddtaxi, Mars Red, and Dynazenon. And it was because it was just like, well, 86 and Oddtaxi have been my 5th and 6th for most of the season. But considering how good their fucking endings have been, can I justify putting them, like, that low down, in a sense?
Nope.
And I could not, no. Oddtaxi and 86 ended up being 3 and 4. I'll say that outright.
Just really... Yeah, no. Though 86 was easily in my top 5. I'm not going to say the exact rank I have it right now, but it is extremely high up.
No, utterly fantastic show. No. I mean, it's not just that, it's, you know, every fight was a spectacle.
Yeah, no, the animation was fantastic. The music was fucking amazing.
It was fucking,
Hiroyuki Sawano.
Sawano,
doing the music.
Got those Sawano drops in there.
Oh, yeah. You know Sawano when he does his thing.
Two shows they composed for this season.
The other one was Thunderbolt, right?
I mean, I'm not sure if they're still doing music for Thunderbolt, but they certainly did it for the first season. And songs from that season are still showing up in season 3. The fucking staff list on fucking Taiwanese Puppets is insane.
It really is.
But
everything I've heard about it.
Yeah. But we'll get to Taiwanese Puppets later on. I have things to say about Taiwanese Puppets.
I can. But moving on to the next show.
Well, just one last thing. How did Shin get that scar around his neck from just being strangled?
Don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's been executed for God's sake.
Funny enough, there's another character this season who did get executed and has a similar scar around her neck.
Mm-hmm. But like, I could understand it if it was like if he'd been strangled by like a cord or something, but it was by hands.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like a very weirdly shaped scar for that. But again, it's that's
a minor nitpick.
It's very minor.
Really minor
it's less of a nitpick and more just me going, huh, that's weird. Oh well.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. But yeah, 86, very good. Very good.
Yeah.
Moving on to Back Arrow.
Easily one of the best.
Yeah, moving on to Back Arrow. Go ahead.
That caption describes my feelings on a good chunk of the final chunk of the season. Just goes full JRPG, let's fight God towards the end.
Always fun when that happens.
Yeah, no. Crazy shit happens in this, and the ultimate ending of the show is very much like, yeah, this cast is it's kind of an adventure. The adventure continues type ending, which works out works well for the cast that as it is, because some of them stay behind to rebuild after the big final showdown while the others go off on an adventure. Really neat. And I like that the show didn't try to shoehorn in any like big extra plots towards the ends either. Like, it wrapped up pretty well. That said, it was like, I won't say it's like my favorite show of the season by any stretch, due in no small part to how utterly stacked this season was. Still, it's a solid 7 out of 10 anime, and I think this one is pretty underrated.
Good for it. Good for it. There's not been that many two-core shows in the last sort of year or two just because of COVID. So it's always nice to see one that does go two-core, and I assume didn't seem to have many sort of like production issues, because I know that was an issue with Spider Sakai.
Yeah, no, this was pretty consistent all the way through.
That's good. That's good. So
yeah, we can move on to the next one.
Cool. Backflip. God, I fucking love this show.
Have fun.
I fucking love this show. I mean, just the fucking screenshot was so hilarious. So basically, second half of the season, oh god, where exactly did I fucking leave off in the mid-season check-in? Let me just check very quickly, so I know exactly what the hell I'm talking about without, you know, like episode 8. Okay, good. So episode 9, Misato's backstory. Fucking superb. Shodoro and the coach went to see his aunt, which was great because Shodoro was so uncomfortable. Especially considering Misato actually idolized the coach, which was quite a nice little twist. But they managed to figure it out. Episode 10 is basically sort of rest episode. So, like, it's like the day before the tournament, and they're all restless because they aren't allowed to train in case they, you know, get injured, which would be very bad. So they clean the dorm, except at one point Shodoro opens the door, gets knocked down by some boxes, and, you know, lands on his hands. And wakes up the next morning with an injured wrist, because of course. Because of course you would end an episode on that. Episode 11 is basically the regionals. We get to see... Oh, what's the fuck's their school called? Let's hope that this... Shiro High School, that's it. Shiro High School. Shiro High School's performance and... Aoi High School, Soshukan Private High School. The hero's performance as well in the same episode, which, you know, is pretty impressive in terms of a production standpoint. Thankfully, Shodoro's wrist holds out, which, oh god, I was so nervous watching that performance. And they get second, but they aren't the last to compete. And so while Shodoro goes to the doctor with Misato to, you know, check on his wrist and make sure that it hasn't gotten too much worse, we're left in the dark about whether the group actually got to nationals. Shodoro, this is the context for the screenshot now. Shodoro comes out of the doctor's office. Misato gets a message on his phone and just goes, "You're gonna make me do that?" Shodoro asks, "Oh, Is that a upperclassman? Did they say how we finished?" No, it definitely wasn't. Just, like, lying so horribly. And in the taxi back, Shodoro is completely worrying about it and goes to call them, and Misato outright goes, "Desist!" Just completely panicked. They get to where the competition was held, and they see all the upperclassmen looking, like, really sad, and Shodoro is just about to basically almost start crying, and then they just, like, throw fucking go with poppers and go, hooray, we got second, chill. It's great. It's just... and it's just everything about just Shotaro's expression of, oh my god, why would you do that? And Misato's just, I can't believe you made me fucking take part in this. I like... And when Shotaro is, like, reacting, like, really, like, sad about, you know, or, like, starting to cry, like, the captain is like, I told you guys we shouldn't have done this. And the others just go, Captain, you're the one who said we should get the poppers. And you're just like, well, if we're gonna do it, we should do it properly. God. It's just... it's so dumb, and I'm so glad this is gonna get a movie to, I assume, cover the Nationals. Because it's such a beautiful show.
It's always nice when a good series... This is anime original, right?
This is anime original, yeah.
It's always nice when an original gets a good follow-up.
Yeah.
Like a big follow-up.
I'm just so glad, because at the start of the season, Sakagaburo blog, or Sakaga blog, whatever they're called, did their usual, like, start of season roundup of shows and, you know, predictions about how they'd go. And the thing that they said most about Backflip is that the creator is very ambitious, and sometimes that doesn't work out. Like, it can go well, or it will go horrifically wrong. And so that was always the big worry for me going into going through Backflip is this going to be the episode where things finally fall apart because the director's been too ambitious? But no, he was just as ambitious as he fucking needed to be. Because, honestly...
See, we have a couple examples, layered down list, of something being ambitious and not panning out well.
Ambitious and rubbish, yes.
We will get to those later, though.
Yeah, we're gonna get to those. But yeah, no, this is genuinely such a beautiful show. The fucking rhythmic gymnastic scenes are so fantastic because, like, in a lot of sports shows, you get you obviously get people talking to basically pad out the time sort of thing and explain what's going on. Backflip doesn't have that. They just show the performance. Nobody commentates on it. And it's such a almost leap of faith to do that, like saying that no, this is the performances will, you know, keep the attention as much as necessary. So again, it's an ambitious decision, but it's worked out so well because it's so wonderfully choreographed and so well animated. It's CG, but it looks absolutely fine. It looks good. And of course you've got fucking Yuki Hayashi doing the music for all this shit, so...
I vaguely remember hearing that name. What else did they do?
He does the music for My Hero, Haikyuu, and Run with the Wind.
Ah.
So yeah, very good. Very good. But the other thing that the last thing I want to mention is my boy, Mashiro, voiced by Murase. Oh boy, he's now seeing Shotaro as a rival, and that makes me so happy. I was doing the fucking Mr. Burns excellent when he basically gave the upperclassmen a message to give Shotaro of, I'll see you at Nationals. And it's just like, excellent, excellent. This is how it's going good. I just love this show. But moving on to a show that I love less. Burning
the duality of sports anime.
Yeah, because this didn't look good. This looked awful. Again, we've said it so many fucking times. It's the fact that TMS Entertainment have so much on their plate. They chose one anime to suffer, and it was Kabaddi. And I can't even blame them for that.
I mean, if the writing content is kind of bad, then it's only natural that the rest would follow.
I mean, it's not that. It's the fact that the other shows that TMS Entertainment did this season and did last season were all massive fucking sequels. It was fucking
Yeah, what was it?
Fruits Basket Season 3, Megalobox Season 2, and last season Dr. Stone Season 2, so of course they're gonna put attention on those three.
Oh, fuck yeah. No.
Like, no, I can't, that's the thing, I can't blame them at all for this. And let's be real, Kabaddi wouldn't have been that much better even if it looked good. It's still not, like, a particularly amazing show.
Oh, dang, they also got a bunch of stuff on their plate for upcoming seasons, too.
Yeah,
no wonder Kabaddi got staffed in.
That in no way helped.
Fucking Lupin coming up.
Yeah.
Fucking Lupin.
That in no way helped. But at the same time, I kind of respect it. Because, so in fall of last year, I watched Iwakakaru, the climbing anime. And pacing-wise, it was kind of shit because it shoved the fucking, like, end-of-show tournament arc into, like, the last episode and a half. And there was just no tension at all. But
Jesus.
Kabaddi didn't do that. It didn't have a single fucking, like, proper match. It just had two practice matches, which I kind of respect. I do kind of respect that. I mean, it feels weird to have just 2 practice matches make up the season. Because, you know, not much overall stakes, but I still do respect it. Speaking of weird, Azamichi, Baldy, like, was set up to be this, like, really important character and, like, the foil to Yoagoshi, and then in the second half of the season he just didn't really do anything, which is kind of weird. Also seems a shame you've got Gen Sato, the voice of Chrome, doing him, and, you know, going full ham, and, you know, could have used him better, I think. Yeah, I mean, I'm still not 100% sure how this survived. Genuinely.
I mean, you and I each had a show that we had no idea why we were continuing to watch it, so...
I mean,
I know this one...
I can understand yours, because to an extent there is, like, a watchability in a car crash of an anime. This wasn't even that. This was never, like, terrible. It just wasn't particularly good. And it amazes me how many people, like, were in love with this anime on, like, Mal and the Crunchyroll comments.
Weird.
Overall, not a bad show, despite a very shaky start given Yogoshi's generally terrible personality and some not quite but very close to homophobic jokes. Overall, it's what I came to enjoy, honestly. By the end of it, like, if this were to get a second season, and I very much doubt it will, but if, I would probably watch this. I highly doubt that it will. Like, almost certainly not going to, but I would watch it if it did. Speaking of a show that I didn't watch, though, Dragon Quest, Adventure of Dai. That was the name, right? Adventure of Dai?
Yes.
Cool.
Man, this show's gotten so fucking good.
Oh, I'm sure it has. It's just I wasn't able to sit through it.
It's very much old school shonen personified. It has a lot of the best characteristics of old school shonen, but also a couple of the drawbacks, and I know you just do not like old school shonen as a rule, Mill.
Old school shonen just seems to be paced too slowly.
Yeah.
There seems to be less competition on it, and less competition on it, so it didn't need to go as fucking balls to the wall pace, and the fact that most of these shows, you know, fucking aired year round, so they couldn't afford to go too quickly in the anime adaptations.
Yeah, I mean, at least this is an adaptation of a completed manga, so that helps a lot.
Still not particularly quick-paced.
No, but this has had some really incredible fight sequences, including one where we find out that Mom has taken several levels in Monk and proceeds to beat the ever-loving shit out of the arch antagonist with just her bare hands.
That's good.
Which was incredibly entertaining.
Dai,
She needed a, she,
Go ahead.
she needed an assist from Dai to finish him off, but otherwise she was holding her own just great.
Well, I was about to say, Dai doesn't look like he's beating anyone to shit with his bare hands. Looks like he's using a dragon.
He's using his dragon aura because he is a dragon knight, which is fun. But yeah, no, Dai's big fight about half a core back or so was just also incredible to watch. One of the best fight sequences in the series, I'd say. Because he's fighting against the demon army generals in that sequence.
I'm fairly sure somebody was like fucking promoting that at one point. Like in the last couple of days promoting it.
The fight sequence was just really fucking good. But yeah, also lots of good character development for the main trio as well as some of the side characters. Just this show has gotten better and better with each arc, I think.
That's good. I'm glad it's doing well. It's like not enough to make me watch it again, but I'm glad it's doing well.
Yeah, sometimes something is just not your thing. That's fine. It's understandable.
I hope you'll be saying that when we get to a show later down the list.
No, Mill, I'm going to forever condemn you to hell for that. I'm just kidding. I don't. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, no. Dai is good. If you like old school shonen, it is definitely a good watch.
Good for it.
Now on for the anime that I think broke both of us.
It didn't quite break me. I enjoyed it for sure. I wouldn't say there's... Well, no. I mean, the only time I've been truly and fully broken was fucking Two Eternity's premiere. Otherwise, I managed to get through this this season fairly okay in terms of breaking down. Fruits Basket was very good, though. I mean, parts of it were good.
It was mostly excellent. There were a few bumps and hiccups, but overall it was still an excellent series.
I'm still not 100% sure how I feel about how Akito was treated, especially in that last 4 or 5 episodes. Literally stabbed a dude and seemed to get away with that fairly scot-free.
Yeah, no, that is a bit weird. At the same time, though, like, it is important that she is making an active effort to atone.
She is.
Like,
unfortunately, she is, you know, in a relationship with Shigure, which is only going to end in a homicide report.
Most likely. At least they deserve each other.
I mean, yeah. Seriously, there's no way that doesn't end in a call to the cops. No way in hell.
Yeah, no. I don't disbelieve you there.
The other
romances in the series are mostly quite good, though.
I was gonna say, not all good, because there is still fucking Uo and Kurano, which is weird.
Yeah, I'm still not 100% behind that.
I'm not behind that at all, really.
Yeah, no. This anime has definitely shown the manga's age in a couple regards, and that is definitely one of the biggest ones.
I mean, was a fucking 26-year-old going out with a 16, 17, 18-year-old really okay in 2001?
Maybe in fucking Japan, not in America.
I mean, good point. It's Japan.
I don't think.
It's fucking Japan.
But yeah, no, the whole Uo Kurano thing is just kind of not great. The rest of the relationships are mostly very good and entertaining, though.
Oh, no.
Like,
I agree.
I especially love Kyo and Toru and Yuki and Machi. Really great.
Oh, no. Those two are fantastic. As expected. Oh, the poor fucking Kyo getting his first date fucking crashed by Uo and Hana.
That was great.
Poor
Hana
Kyo.
just repeatedly trolling Kyo.
The fact that they were bitching about it being in a zoo until Toru said, "Actually, it was my idea." You know what? Zoos are fine.
I just love the main couple so much. They're just such a excellent couple together.
Yeah. And we do get confirmation that Kyoko, was not spiteful and cursing Kyo, which would have been very weird for her character.
Yeah, no, it was just unfortunately a misunderstanding that Kyo will never really know the truth about, unfortunately.
Yeah. As it turns out, people on their deathbed don't get to give, like, huge speeches. They get to maybe utter a word or two.
No, if your body's been broken by a horrible collision with a car, you're not going to be able to be wholly coherent when you try to say your last words.
Mm-hmm.
Funny that. That was one hell of a way to end off the penultimate episode of the series, by the way.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that was basically the end of the story. The episode, what was it, 13, 12?
Well, 12 was the second to last. 13 was the final one, and that was more of an epilogue.
No, that's what I was saying. 12 was the end of the story, basically. And 13 was just an epilogue of, okay, this is what they're doing. These are these people's final reactions. Enjoy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad that
apparently.
I'm glad that
go ahead.
At least Reen said that, I kind of don't forgive Akito. She tried to kill me twice.
No.
That definitely helped.
Reen, out of all the Zodiacs, definitely has the most reason to not want to forgive Akito.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate that she spoke up about it.
Yeah. That just
makes it feel makes the impact of Akito's handling it towards the end feel a bit more palatable.
Mm. But yeah, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say there's also a sequel manga. I think it was Fruits Basket and Another or something.
Well, there's a couple of
children.
Them. Yeah, there's Fruits Basket and Another, which is focusing on the next generation. And then there's Fruits Basket 3 Musketeers, which focuses on
which is a prequel, I believe.
It's not a prequel. It's set right at the end of the series, basically, and it's Shigure, Ayame, and I always forget, Hattori. That's it, Hattori. As the Three Musketeers, and it's basically them at the end of the series.
Just sticking around.
Basically being themselves, yeah. Well, Ayame and Shigure being themselves, and Hattori, humoring them.
Mm-hmm. That trio is really great. They have great chemistry together.
They do.
I also appreciate just getting check-ins with all the characters towards the end.
Like, yeah, that was good.
Getting to see what they're doing and how how most of them hooked up with the other people.
That is something I want to make mention of. Despite the scene in the finale, Hanajima does not start going out or get married to Kazuma.
No, she does not. Like, she definitely had a crush on him and definitely was trolling Kyo about it.
It was mostly trolling Kyo, yeah.
But she does eventually wind up marrying someone closer to her age,
yeah.
and has a kid with them that shows up in the sequel. So, she doesn't end up dating someone 2 decades her senior.
I just wanted to get that out there. It would have been slightly hilarious to have Hanajima become Kyo's stepmom, basically, but still would have been
funny,
weird.
But at the same time,
it wouldn't have been worth the weirdness. It would not have been worth the weirdness. No. Maybe if they'd done it as a joke, that would have been hilarious. But like jokingly been going out, but yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I'm glad I watched Fruits Basket in the end. It's a worthwhile series.
Yeah, absolutely one of the best romances to come to anime, period, I'd say.
I still rank Bloom above it, but that's just me.
I did say one of the best. I didn't say the absolute best.
That's fair.
Bloom is probably still my favorite, but just marginally.
Yeah.
Anyways, moving on to something that
Killing slimes. I just wanted to cut you off in case you were about to go to Higehiro.
Yes. I'm glad you chose that screenshot.
I did prefer that one. I thought that one was funnier.
Yes. Yeah, Death Metal Rabbit Girl is just hilarious as a concept, especially in a fantasy world. But yeah, no, back half of the season was largely goofy nonsense, but it was fun slice of life fantasy stuff, which was nice and refreshing. What with all the other heavy shit going on this season. So it's nice to have a reliable, funny, lighthearted show to fall back on like this one.
I can understand that. That was what Super Cub was for me.
Super Cub was another one, but I watched a bunch of angsty heavy shit, so I needed some high quality comp. And Super Cub was a better one, but this was also enjoyable in its own way. Had its own flavor, you know?
Yeah.
This wasn't without its issues, but overall, an enjoyable experience with some really fun character interactions and comedic beats.
Yeah.
To kind of help bolster it. Still not, and somehow there's still a better isekai this season.
Better isekai Better isekai seems oxymoronic, or no? Yeah, oxymoronic. Yeah.
There are good isekais. There aren't many, but there are some. But yeah, no. This was still an enjoyable show. A couple of jokes here and there didn't really land with me, but overall, yeah, no, this is a fun time.
That's good, at least.
Also, it's almost always entertaining whenever Azusa just gets so annoyed with everyone else being idiots.
Stuff like that is always pretty great.
Yeah, like, the Only Sane Man is always one of my favorite character archetypes.
Yeah.
But yeah, moving on to a show that was not as good.
Higehiro. So, a couple of weeks ago, I did actually go out of my way to get the spoilers for the final volume of Higehiro, just so I could see if it went, if Usagi dropped the hell out of the concept. It did and it didn't.
It left things kind of ambiguous, unfortunately.
Which is basically saying, hey, you weirdos who did want to see them together, have at it.
Yeah, no, this was probably one of the worst ways to go about it, honestly. Like, I wish the series had actually had balls and had him actually hook up with one of the older women who were actually interested in him over the course of the time skip, you know, and actually have, like, an established relationship rather than say, hey, let's throw some more harem bait in there and just say, hey, whoever you want him to hook up with, that might happen. Who knows? We don't. Have fun.
I mean, it didn't go full coward the way fucking We Never Learned did.
Oh, I wouldn't say that cowardly so much as just, like, non-committal.
I mean, it's cowardly because it's like, oh, you know you're gonna get shit from supporters of all the other romance, so you don't pick one and just give everyone their fucking ending.
AKA the visual novel route, I guess is the right word for it. But yeah, no, this did not do the visual novel approach. This one just decided to leave things super ambiguous at the end. Without really giving any definitive answers as to who the main character hooks up with. It's just, like, kind of cowardly.
I mean, there is from what I read, there was an implication that it was the the teenage girl grown up?
Oh yeah, no. The last scene takes place a couple of years later, like 2 to 4 years later. It doesn't really give a specific
Only
time.
a couple? I was hoping it was like at least half a decade.
I don't know the exact time frame. It's at least a few years later. She's an adult at this point, but they don't specify if she's late teens, early 20s.
It's still pretty squicky.
Oh, absolutely. I would have appreciated it more, again, if they're like, hey, yeah, he hooked up with one of the adult love interests, rather than leaving the implication that he may have hooked up with the fucking teenager who had just grown up off screen.
Yeah.
Also, like, the animation quality in this show was never very good, unfortunately.
In fairness, it's not the type of show that really needed good animation quality, but it is always nice when a show like this gets good animation, like Horimiya. Horimiya had good animation.
It also did not do a very good job of I think it did a very mixed bag of a job addressing the main girl's terrible relationship with her awful mother.
Well, considering she got taken into the home of some random stranger and then maybe tried to jump him, I can't remember if he said that actually happened.
She did try to jump his bones at least once.
Yeah, I was sort of assuming that the relationship with the parents was either non-existent or worse.
Yeah, no, her mother was an asshole.
That part of the course in this season, isn't it? We didn't talk about that in Fruits Basket.
Parents.
We didn't talk about that in Fruits Basket.
I have Shitty Parents as an honorable mention antagonist for 3 different shows.
That's kind of the reason I wouldn't let you pick it for first or second, is because there were too many options to pick for the picture. So I forced you into an honorable mention on that one.
Which is fair. It's fair. But yeah, no, the show is kind of a train wreck. If you like watching trash fires, have at it. But
better or worse than Domestic Girlfriend's trash fire?
Oh, better than that's not even a contest. Domestic Girlfriend is one of the worst trash fires I have ever seen in the history of media.
Speaking of trash fires, though, Jouran, Princess of Snow and Blood.
That picture is about how I feel about the ending.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, I mean, I summed it up as, in my write-up, as bad writing, fake deaths, and melodrama all round.
You know, like when they finally decided to do real deaths for the main characters, is like, that's one of the worst possible ways you can kill them off. It's really fucking disappointing, and it's like, why? That's fucking very, very fucking stupid. Why would you do that?
So
I'm not even mad. I'm just disappointed as fuck.
Yeah. Am I right in thinking that every main character other than Jin faked their deaths over the course of the show?
At least once, yes.
Did Jin ever fake his death or not?
Either faked their deaths or had a fake out death.
Yeah.
Jin is the only one of the main cast that did not have at least one fake out death.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I just wanted confirmation.
Unfortunately, they kill off the main character in the stupidest possible way.
I mean, yeah.
It's like they set her up to go on this epic revenge rampage against the Shogun and his troops, and then Jin comes along and says, like, no, I'll do this for you. Go and live a happy, peaceful life. And then, like, as she's walking over to her basically surrogate daughter, she gets bumped into and shanked in the back, and then she bleeds out.
Oh, so basically a fucking supernatural ending.
Yeah, it's fucking awful, and I hate it.
So I'm just looking at the director for this. Didn't know he was also the director on Dies Irae.
That explains so fucking much.
I mean, not that most of the other stuff that he's done were much better received by the looks of things. I mean, yeah, we've already mentioned that he got axed from fucking Babylon, whatever the fuck it was called, 2021, Tokyo Babylon 2021 or something like that.
Oh yeah.
got fucking axed from that because he was plagiarizing shit.
I just want to move on from this. I want to put this experience behind me.
Fair enough.
This was a mistake.
So from one
For a show that wasn't a mistake.
Well, from one historical trash fire to a historical show that was actually really fucking good. Really fucking good.
Like that.
I really liked that shot. I really liked that shot.
It's poetic.
Yeah.
It is quite poetic, yes.
Like
if the previous show was the dumb class clown that fucks around a lot, this is the theater kid.
This is absolutely the theater kid. Like, here's the thing. Like, fucking Jouran at the start of the season was, like, commended for its aesthetic. Mars Red lived its fucking theater aesthetic. Fucking lived it. What I will say is that it did stumble a couple of times, I feel. Episode 6 probably could have had more time on Maida's front. I mean, Maida in general was kind of not great.
He was largely underdeveloped, unfortunately.
The issue was he's such a taciturn man that he's not the type to just monologue about his motivations, not even in his own head. So it sort of made it difficult to understand exactly why he was doing stuff until we got those flashbacks in episode 13.
Yeah, no. And by then it wasn't quite
late
to salvage the character wholesale.
Yeah, a bit late.
It did draw some emotion out of it, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough to completely salvage him.
Yeah. I mean, otherwise, like, the fact is that Mars Red had, I would say, 5 main characters.
Yeah.
Other than Maida, I would say the other 4 got satisfying endings. And 3 of them got good arcs.
Defraught, and Kurusu, and
I was just going for the fucking the 4 members of Special Unit 16. But yeah, I mean, fucking Defraught, Kurusu, Yamagami, Suwa, Aoi all got, you know, good stories and good endings. I would say, like, satisfying and complete endings.
Yeah, no, they did. Also, like the way that the Defraught just fucks over Rufus at the end is just fantastic.
Oh, it's so poetic. It's so poetic. Let's him believe he's the king of his sad little hill, and then just fucking tears that carpet right out from under him.
It's truly deserved.
And again, it's a sign of, hey, Defraught could have ended this whenever the fuck he wanted. He just doesn't want to get involved. But Rufus got him involved, and so he's gonna make it fucking stick.
Yep.
And like his backstory episode with Misaki was one of the best of the season, I would say. One of the best of the show.
Oh, absolutely.
It was such an interesting episode, and it did basically recontextualize the entirety of the show before it.
It also helped immensely to develop Misaki, because she was almost a non-entity for much of the show.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, she died in episode 1, and she got very little characterization, but going back and giving her the focus in the flashback episode was just incredible, and it worked so well.
What does it say that Misaki was probably more fleshed out than Maida?
As you said, he was a very taciturn individual. He had so much interiority that even his interiority didn't show through well.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like, his fucking motivations work well once they're explained. Like, his whole thing is that he didn't want to be alone and he felt so much loyalty to Nakajima because he stopped him from dying alone. But it just came in, like, a single flashback in episode 13. And what I will give credit to episode 13, and in the entire show, actually, is that the fights were generally, like, better than I expected. Because I expected the fights to be a lot more low-key than they actually were, just because it's a stage play adaptation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, especially that episode 13 fight. Like, I would not have said that that would be a possible fight to do on a stage. Then again, I've only ever watched pantomime, so what the fuck do I know about stage plays?
Yeah.
They could be putting on fucking fantastic fights for all I know. Rufus as the overall antagonist was okay, but honestly, he never felt that menacing.
Neither did Nakajima, honestly.
Nakajima never really felt like an antagonist, honestly.
Mm.
Like, he felt like a misguided dude, but he never... And, like, you obviously didn't want to see his plan succeed, but at the same time, it wasn't like a, I want to see him get his comeuppance type antagonist. Admittedly, Rufus was good at that, but there was just so little depth to him. But again, I mean, that's what's going to happen, you know, when you got so many characters to focus on, in terms of major characters. Obviously, some are going to fall to the wayside. Obviously, if you've been listening to us talk about this before, you'll know that I watched it dubbed, and honestly...
I watched it dubbed as well.
Oh, good. I'm glad, because honestly, this... I haven't had the opportunity to watch a lot of dubs the last few seasons because of COVID. Basically, meaning
this was one of the few simul dubs this season. I think the only other one was Basket.
Fruits Basket, Mars Red. My Hero was fairly consistent. It did start a couple of weeks after, but it usually does that anyway. So, but this show in particular really did just like bring me back to why I really enjoy watching dubbed anime, because the performances were so fucking good.
They were.
Sean Schemmel playing against type in my mind. I mean, I haven't seen him in too much, but you know, when you think Sean Schemmel, you think Goku, and fucking Maida ain't Goku.
Yep.
I mean, I've said before and I'll say it again. Fucking Brooklyn accents for the reporters was a fantastic choice. Bold choice and a fantastic choice. And just everyone in the main vampire squad. So Chris Guerrero was Takeuchi. Aaron Dismuke was Sua. Zach Aguiar was Kurisu, and Brian Massey was Yamagami. All of them were excellent. But obviously, you know, standout performance, Kieran Strange as Defrot. Like, I don't think I'd have loved Defrot as much as I do if I'd watched the show subbed, because I have heard Defrot's subbed voice a couple of times when finding screenshots, and it just hasn't felt the same.
It just hits different.
Yeah. Speaking of a show that hits different, Megalobox Nomad.
Megalobox.
I'm sorry if you wanted to talk about Mars Red, but that felt too good of a segue.
That's fair. Nomad just was so fucking good. Like, it's hard to understate just how good this show is. It's like quite possibly the perfect follow-up to Megalobox. It's better than Megalobox in every way, and it kind of retroactively improves the original, but it's like, damn, this show is good.
This is what happens when you have the focus from TMS Entertainment that a show deserves. Unlike Kabaddi. Poor Kabaddi.
The show just did such a fantastic job handling its overarching plotline and themes of the importance of not falling into toxic masculinity and just like one of the main themes is definitely like toxic masculinity and learning to grow past that, because a big part of Joe's character arc is overcoming his need to Megalobox and understanding when to back down from it, and just understanding that he can't control everything in his life, and his attempting to do so through Megaloboxing in the gap between seasons is what led to him just his fall from grace between seasons.
Yeah.
So seeing him grow out of that into a better person and a better role model and caretaker for those around him and younger than him, it's just such an excellent character arc.
Yeah.
And just seeing him own up to what he's to his failings and his flaws is also just very well done. I also appreciate that the effective big bad of the series, the dick-ass CEO I mentioned in the last check-in, he goes to jail.
Hooray!
Which is X.
Always good when that happens, yeah.
But yeah, no, like, that's what happens when you commit ethical violations with biotech.
I wish that was what actually happened when you did that.
I know. I do too. It's nice to see it happen in fiction, though.
Yeah. Speaking of things that were nice to see happen in fiction, again, I'm sorry, the segue, too good. Eat the Rich, Come Alive. So...
you chose that fantastically homoerotic scene.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, God, was it homoerotic. But I couldn't pick anything else, really.
I mean, that's, like, Holmes and Moriarty in a nutshell, really.
Yeah.
Well, that's the Sherlock Holmes mythos in a nutshell. So much homoeroticism. Most of it unintentional.
Paul Conan Doyle, like, what are you talking about? Is Holmes gay? He's just a forever bachelor living with his male friend.
I mean, I've seen reads on OG canon Sherlock Holmes as asexual, which is a valid interpretation, I think.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But
it would not surprise me in the slightest. But
in terms of this interpretation,
he comes across as quite bisexual.
So first things first, this was an anime original ending. The manga is still ongoing and has 15 volumes, which actually surprised me. I didn't realize it had so many. But it is...
I mean, this is definitely a good concluding point.
Oh, no, it's absolutely...
And it does leave the door...
Yeah.
It does leave the door open for future developments as well.
Yeah. No, it's definitely as good a conclusion as it could have gotten, I think. I mean, it did... It was clear that it was original ending, I think, because obviously it introduces characters like Adler/Bond and Von Herder, you know, at the start of this second core, and then they sort of disappear around mid-season once Milverton starts to become a big thing.
Speaking of Milverton, fuck that guy.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm on the...
He deserves to get
I'm on the Moriarty wiki because I was checking how many volumes it had and whether it was still ongoing. I'm just looking at the character list and looking at the fucking like, obviously it has the characters' names, then it has the characters' names in kanji, katakana, hiragana, whatever the fuck it is. And then you've got the fucking, like, the Japanese pronunciation of the names. And it's so funny seeing these English names, like, with Japanese pronunciation of them.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, I shouldn't laugh, but it is fucking funny. Yeah, no, this is a really fucking good show. I love Moriarty, and I do feel really bad about how badly I treated it in my 2020 roundup for the first core, because this second core was just as good, if not better.
I think the second core was a bit better, partially because it does a good job of fleshing out the ensemble cast and giving Sherlock Holmes more to do.
Yeah.
Like aforementioned capping the ass of aforementioned dickhead.
That was good. That was very good. Again, I think in the manga, if that something like that had happened, we'd have probably gotten more time between Milverton dying and, you know, basically the Reichenbach Falls incident. Because that's basically what the finale was, let's be real.
Reichenbach Falls, in London this time.
Yeah. Not to mention, people traveled to other countries less in the 1880s. I'm not sure if you know that.
Oh, it makes sense. And honestly, it makes sense for Moriarty to want to stick in London, at least this version of him.
Yeah.
It fits a lot more with his character than for him to, like, have this big final showdown with Sherlock Holmes in another country entirely.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, actual Moriarty's plot wasn't as, altruistic as Liam's plan here. I'm calling him Liam because I'm fairly sure that's what he was actually called before he got adopted and before he took the place of the dickhead William.
We don't actually know his name before adoption.
I know,
it's
but
never stated.
I know, but it makes sense because that's how he. It would make sense because that was how he would take the role of the real William Moriarty, and it makes sense considering Sherlock is the only one that he told, I think, to call him Liam. And again, that makes sense because of the relationship the two have. They are the only ones that can challenge each other. I mean, you can see that in the fucking first call when when he goes in English, "Catch me if you can, Mr. Holmes," and by God, it's a good thing there was a table, otherwise we would have seen fucking Holmes popping a boner. But yeah, no, it's a really good ending. I think it works well with all the characters. Albert accepting responsibility, Lewis basically creating MI6, and then Holmes and Moriarty just fucking getting together in Switzerland.
What do you mean they didn't get married in Switzerland? What are you talking about?
Switzerland is neutral on everything. They are the inspiration for Futurama's neutral planet.
Oh my god.
I mean, I don't think they are, but it wouldn't surprise me, given Futurama's whole deal.
Yeah.
But
anyways,
from one
great consecutive sequel
to another. This is from the most recent dubbed episode, so it's not from the most recent subbed episode. But when I saw it, I just had to use it just because of the fucking looks on Todoroki and Bakugo's faces.
I'm kind of surprised you didn't pick a Saga shot from one of the fights.
I do try, especially for the wrap up. I try to get the most recent episode, and usually I would have gotten one from the most recent subbed episode, as I have on previous streams for the season. But as I said, I just love this fucking shot of just Bakugo being angry and Shoto just like, what is this? Fatherly affection?
This feeling is a stranger to me.
Yeah. I have now watched all the fights. I did say this in our Discord as well. I feel like there was a lot more recaps and flashbacks in this season than previously.
Yeah. To be fair, this is one of the shortest arcs in the manga. And also, they're trying to fit 3 arcs into this season of anime, and the arc that's going to bridge between the 2 big arcs is a pretty short one.
Yeah.
Of course, the second half of the season is going to be fucking intense.
Oh, absolutely. Can't wait to fucking talk about that one. But we're talking about this season. So, again, I said this in our Discord. It's a very bad idea to show flashbacks of Endeavor training Shoto, in inverted commas, when you're trying to redeem that bastard.
Yeah.
It's a really bad idea.
A great idea.
It's a horrible idea.
It's unfortunate.
The only way you're going
what's
to...
worse is that the episode also has, some really great fight sequences with Ida and Shoto.
Ida especially. Ida's fucking
That fucking
10-minute reciprocal
Saga
burst was fantastic.
That's one of the best animated scenes this entire season, honestly.
Yeah. Not my favorite fight of the season, though.
No, we'll get to that, though.
We will get to that. That is on my best fight list. So we will get to that, to my favorite MHA fight.
Oh.
But yeah, no, I mean it's MHA. It's still good. It's still maintaining its level of quality, I think.
Yeah, some people have said that this season is a slump, but honestly, despite the joint training arc being one of the weaker arcs in the series, still a pretty fun arc.
I mean,
it leads into a very fun arc.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. You get people bitching about My Hero going, oh, they don't give enough attention to the other classmates of Deku and, you know, Bakugo and Todoroki and all that shit. And in the arc where they actually do that, they're like, oh, this is a shit arc, isn't it? It's a terrible arc. Why would they do this?
They are unpleasable.
Yeah.
They are unpleasable.
Like, come on, pick a fucking side, you dicks. I mean, these are also the same people who, you know, take issue with every little fucking scene and go, oh, it was done better in the manga. Fucking animation is shit nowadays. Like, fuck those fans. Fuck those fans. I'm sorry.
Fucking unpleasable.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Fuck those fans. MHA's animation quality is as good as it's ever been. Like, it's generally of a high level, and when it needs to pick up the quality, it does so. Again, watch this dubbed. Always love the dub actors for My Hero, especially getting to hear the ones for Class B, because a lot of them are less well known ones. So it's always nice to get to probably discover new dub VAs.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to remember. Oh, that's right. Fucking Howard Wang is Kurohiro, which was really good.
Huh.
Howard Wang of TFS fame. That's certainly where I first saw him. Him of Howard the Coward fame. He's been getting a lot more roles recently, because he was also the dub VA for Longa in Skate, which was really cool.
Good for him.
So yeah, so I'm glad he's getting some more roles, because he is a really good VA. But yeah, I mean, MHA is really just, you know, sticking the course. And next season is going to... It's really going to push its rating, its TV rating, is all I'm going to say.
I'm going to laugh at some of the anime only watchers freak out.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah. But moving on to Oddtaxi.
What the fuck was that ending? What the fuck?
So for the screenshot, when I saw that scene in the episode, I was like, I've got to have that for the screenshot, don't I? It's so fucking great. I love Shibagaki. I love him just for his fucking dumbassery. He's been the screenshot character twice now, just for his fucking lines of just like, wait, what?
Yeah. Also, just a quick mention, we're going to spoil the shit out of this.
Oh, absolutely.
So if you don't want to get spoiled on the Oddtaxi, either mute now or skip to the next section. Because
I will give you a 5-second countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you haven't watched Oddtaxi and want to, and you're still listening, bad luck. So, as we expected, the whole animal thing was in Odokawa's head, but oh boy, was it a lot more heartbreaking than we expected.
Jesus Christ, his parents. Holy cow.
I mean, the fact that he still liked his dad, the fact that he still liked his dad even though he was an adulterous fuck just because he wasn't, like, around enough to be a dick is really, really sad.
That says a lot about how his mom treated him, too.
Yeah. And it was just so... I didn't tear up, but it was so sad hearing Kid him be like, "Oh, I'm excited on this car trip because you know, my mum and dad are together for the first time in forever," and you know that, you know, she's driving to basically kill them all.
Yeah. On a more positive note, in the finale, we get some great callbacks and great character culminations throughout the entire thing.
Well,
and there's also the episode prior, which was a delightful clusterfuck.
Well, what I was going to mention is that yes, we called aspects of it like the whole animal thing. Things we didn't call. Who the fuck would have called that the missing high schooler's killer was actually
the girl who replaced her?
The girl who replaced her, yeah. I didn't see anyone call that. I did not see anyone call that at all.
No, that was a swerve, and it came in the last minute or so of the finale too.
It wasn't just that, like, she killed her. That was no accident. Like, she's a fucking psychopath.
Yeah,
she managed to hide it.
The finale ends with her getting into Otakawa's cab
and having said, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna kill the witness."
Yeah, no, and it's left ambiguous whether or not Otakawa recognized her and contacted the police. So we don't fucking know. We don't know how the ending is going.
I mean,
because
the
last scene.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that he knew who it was, or certainly who he dropped there. So I do think he did manage to tell the police. Obviously, unless it gets a second season, we won't know.
I doubt it'll get a second season. And honestly, it was a pretty damn good finale. It was
it was a fantastic finale. Definitely wrapped everything up except that.
Yeah. It's good to have a little bit of ambiguity in some endings, at least. This was a type of show that worked great with some ambiguity in the ending.
Yeah. But I mean, we were talking about Mars Red and about how it managed to juggle, you know, about half a dozen characters fairly successfully. Oddtaxi juggled about, what, 13?
Something like that. Like a good baker's dozen, pretty easily. And everyone gets a good character moment in the final few episodes.
Let's see the fucking,
the cast list.
Not the cast list, the fucking key visual with them all in. So we've got Shirakawa, we've got the Homo sapiens, we've got Goriki, we've got Creepy Monkey Man, Otakawa,
Takihana,
Dobu, the Daimons, Yano, and Mystery Kiss. That is 13 characters.
And that's not even including some of the major side characters like Imai and Tanaka.
Fucking Imai and Tanaka. That's 15. Oh, and Kabasawa, 16. And to an extent, the fucking mob boss got a fucking arc.
Yeah. It's kind of impressive how well every single character arc is definitely woven in.
Yeah.
In this series. It's just so good. Like every... Please, for the love of God,
the fucking mob boss was Kiryu! Of fucking course it was! The fucking mob boss was Kiryu! Oh, damn it! I need to tell Kaido that.
That'll get him to watch it. That's for sure.
Probably.
Speaking of voice acting, Natsuki Hanaya as Otakawa is just fantastic.
He really was. I mean, I joked on our Discord that the reason he took the role of Otakawa was so that he could rest his voice after the fucking Demon Slayer movie.
That would not surprise me.
But no, he managed to infuse so much humanity into this tired walrus man.
Really good. Just really good stuff.
No, I mean, this is an absolutely fantastic show. Please watch it. Honestly, this show like, obviously, I believe that with Backflip, it's Backflip managed to continue the run of good originals, but I think subjectively, Oddtaxi managed to continue the run of good originals. And
hey, who says it needs to be just one series?
I mean, obviously, yeah. And looking on Mal, it has jumped up to an 8.62, which is level with To Your Eternity.
Which makes it the joint second highest rated show of the season, behind Fruits Baskets.
Which is on a 9.09, so all those fucking Full Metal Alchemist dicks clearly haven't managed to do too much damage.
It's still in the top 5.
Still in
on
the top
all of
5,
Mal,
yeah.
Which is insane.
Mm-hmm.
And amazing.
Yeah. But yeah, no, To Your Eternity is such a fucking good show. And let's be real. It fucking managed to humanize Dobu to the point where when you saw him got shot, there was a part of you that went, it's kind of a shame. I don't want him to necessarily die. I mean, he gave Kawasawa such good life advice.
Yeah.
And Kawasawa was so close to fucking following through until he saw the flying car with money coming out of it.
Yeah. What was also fun was just Arakawa masterfully pitting Dobu and Tanaka against each other.
Oh, that was fantastic. That really was. And again, the reveal.
I don't think he expected the shot, but
I mean, the fucking reveal that, hey, Tanaka did actually have a bullet left, and it was actually Little Diamond that shot Dobu in the leg. Like, again, because, like, I'm sure people... When Dobu counted off the shots that Tanaka had fired, I was like, I haven't been keeping track, so I'll trust Dobu. He's probably right.
No, I was 100% like, he miscounted. He did not get shot by Tanaka before.
I had a feeling like that he had probably like miscalculated somewhere, and Tanaka was gonna still get him. But like, again, it's just little things like that it's just so tightly written. It's just so fucking good. Also, the reveal, like, I do want to commend the reveal at the end with the apartment, because Onokawa himself clearly wasn't actually sure if it was a person in his room or not. And the sheer relief on his face when it was just an actual cat was so clear to see. Like, he wasn't sure if he was a fucking asshole keeping somebody against their will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, like, I was worried a good chunk of the season that is Arakawa hiding the missing girl in his apartment? Did he kidnap her?
I mean, everyone was worried about that.
Yeah, no.
Because honestly,
the missing girl had actually been murdered. So.
Yeah, because no offense to him, but Arakawa is a generally shady-feeling person. He feels shady.
That's unfortunate, but it is true.
Whether it's because, he's a tired walrus man, or he's a taxi driver, or what, I'm not entirely sure. But it seemed possible that he was keeping the missing girl in his apartment.
Mm-hmm.
But, moving on, because we have, gushed at length now. Moving on to Osamake.
Yeah, this is nowhere near as good as Oddtaxi.
I mean, very little is.
Yeah. But, yeah, no, this could have been worse, could have been better. I don't expect a lot from this.
It's not a shining endorsement of a show when you say, could have been better, or could have been worse.
I mean, I got more or less what I expected with this, which is enjoyable enough harem trash that isn't like a dumpster fire awful, but isn't like gonna win any awards or anything. It's a comfortable, dumb but enjoyable for the most part, with occasionally interesting things to say. it does delve a little bit into the entertainment industry, which is always fun.
Mm.
But I also have some other manga or anime I follow that do a much better job of looking at the entertainment industry.
Yeah.
Not that that's really a knock against this so much as praise for the other stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, decently enjoyable, but it's kind of hard for this to really rank that high in such a stacked, crowded season, unfortunately. And if you passed on this, I understand completely. There was just too much good stuff this season to really accept anything that was less than great for a lot of people.
I would like to say, speaking of great things, but it's not. Pretty Boy Detective Club.
Well, I just talked about my trash. You talked about yours.
This fucking show. I mean, I've already mentioned multiple times before that the lingering looks of the 11-year-old boy's legs are bad. They're tiring as fuck. The pacing at times was poor. A couple of stories literally ended off screen with the epilogue to them then occurring. Like, that was weird. And it never seemed to settle on a style it wanted. Like, there were multiple times when it just changed art styles. There was no overarching story, which is always a negative in my book. I always love a good overarching story. It could be more to do with the fact that it is based on an ongoing series. So, yeah. The ending was good. I'll give it that. I did like the ending. The whole election arc in its whole was weirdly paced. Because, it turned out the fucking villain of that arc was a fucking Yoshikage Kira impersonator. Like, fucking dead on.
What?
No,
what?
Genuinely, like, he was doing this whole speech about how he's pretending to be this, like, average mediocre student. I'm like, holy shit, is that Yoshikage Kira? Like, genuinely. But thankfully, a speech from a cross-dressing grade schooler is enough to negate any bizarre chemistry, bizarre charisma Yoshikage Kira has. Because that's right, Manabu cross-dressed again for no reason. He just did.
What is the show you are describing? Seriously,
I don't know. It felt like it needed another half an episode to play out, honestly, for that arc. Other than that, I did like the characters. The main cast had good chemistry with each other. I did like Mayumi. She had a tendency to call herself scum. I'm not sure whether that's because she didn't feel like an actual detective / part of the club, or because she was cross-dressing, and I'd rather just assume it was the former, honestly. I'd rather make the assumption and, maybe find out later that I'm wrong. I'll give it this, it had a lot of good gags. Fucking Mayumi was involved in pretty much all of them. Like, she kept being assigned to do something, tried to get out of it, and instantly got shut down, like, with no fanfare. It was like, right, so I'm doing this then. It was also a really good gag in the final episode where artist boy Sosaku, who had basically been silent up until that point, started talking and calling Mayumi by a nickname, which, like, shocked a couple of the other members, just like, wait, Mayu? What? When did this happen? Yeah, I wish this had been better. I really do. Like, this should have been my jam, but the weirdness just drags it down so badly. Which is a shame. I wish they'd fucking, like, actually had Mayumi be trans. Or at least more trans than she was. And you know, obviously, less ogling of the 11-year-old's legs. One thing I will say is that early on, like people were also saying white-haired dudes was a lolicon. But I actually don't agree with that one. I do think that he's not that into his betrothed, basically, and is just doing it because it's a family thing.
Yeah.
Like, no,
still not the weirdest arranged marriage I've seen in anime, honestly.
I mean, it was interesting because his betrothed is treated by the rest of the club as the sport of Satan. Which was
Is she?
She's not personable. That's what I would say. She is not a people person. I mean, she's introduced by basically calling like Mayumi peasant scum and then walking away, and Mayumi thinking that she's a fucking yokai.
Damn.
Yeah, this could have been better, but again, it could have been worse. It could have been far worse. It was entertaining enough dross for me. But moving on.
All right.
To
now that we're done with the trash, get on to some actual decent stuff.
Mm-hmm. Saint's Magic Power. Go ahead.
This is, I think this is the first like shoujo isekai I've ever watched, and it's actually pretty damn good, honestly. Like the central romance is not like overemphasized or like strangled by the red string or anything like that. It's a nice slow burn that isn't like melodramatic in any real way. And like towards the end of the season, the main character starts realizing, oh no, I've caught feelings. Shit. Which is always funny to see in a lead character.
Oh yeah,
Just
no.
like,
that panic scene of god, they're hot is always great.
Oh no, they're hot.
Yeah.
Oh no, I've caught feelings.
Yeah.
Oh no.
No,
but yeah,
that's always great.
Fleshing out the supporting cast in the back half also helped a lot, and giving some focus and development to the other girl who got transported alongside Sei also helped a lot.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the relationship she's starting to build with Sei towards the end of the season. It's just a pretty enjoyable show. And it does some interesting things with with its fantasy concepts as well.
Yeah.
Also, this Pillar of Fire you see is courtesy of the strongest mage in the setting, and he proceeds to unleash several others afterwards in immediate rapid succession.
Cool.
And yet somehow Sei is still stronger than him. It's just she doesn't specialize in offensive magic. Which is neat, because it's like, oh, she doesn't have to be like this super powerful, destructive deity to be an interesting or useful character. Her powers are largely focused on supporting and healing, and she does fantastic with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I know a lot of people complained that the premiere and the first episode or two were kind of boring, but the show picked up quite a bit over the course of its run, and it ended the season, I think, as one of the better shows.
That's good.
It's a shame that it came out in such a crowded season with a whole bunch of other amazing stuff, because, like, I feel like the best shows absolutely overshadowed this one.
Oh yeah, no, this has been a fucking stacked season. I mean, my top 6. I mean, there's a fucking huge gap between 6 and 7. My top 6 would probably manage to be in at the very least top 2 in any other season.
Oh, same. This show is excellent, and it would have been a top 5 in most other seasons. This barely managed to make it into my top 10 this season.
Yeah.
which says a lot about the quality of the season overall.
Absolutely.
But Saints Magic Power is Unlimited. Very good show. One of the best first shoujo isekai I've seen, but definitely a good example of how to do that kind of genre combination right.
I mean, I can't imagine there are too many shoujo isekai, just given what most isekais are about.
Most old school isekai are shoujo isekai, like Magic Knight Rayearth and 12 Kingdoms, stuff like that.
Well, yeah, because female characters have to go to alternate worlds to actually be able to do anything.
Hmm. Yeah, no, this was a very good show. Definitely check it out.
Will you, or do you say the same thing about Shadow's House?
Yeah, actually. Still quite a good show. And look at that fucking aesthetic imagery right there.
My issue is not with the aesthetic or even the quality of the show.
I know, your issue is with Cloverworks.
I don't feel like rewarding them at the moment.
That is fair and valid. And I understand completely. I still enjoy the show quite a bit, and there is still one episode left as of the time of this recording. So it'll be interesting how they wrap up the season. Yeah, this started towards the end of the premiere run, and it also has a 13-episode run.
Okay.
So that means its finale is later than everything else. Except for the stuff that's still ongoing.
Yeah.
But no, this is a really good show. I do love the aesthetics in the show overall. Like, makes a great use of its Victorian era architecture, its lighting, its staging. Really good direction. I can see why a lot of ANN reviewers picked it as a winner or runner-up for their anime of the season.
Yeah.
The issue is just like, I liked a lot of other shows more, even though I did like this one quite a bit.
Well, we'll get onto potential issues, let's say, with the certainly the animation for this show later on, or at least the implications of the animation for this show.
Yes. Regardless, if you like Victorian Gothic era, Victorian Gothic aesthetics, and you like interesting fantasy, I think Gaslit fantasy is the correct subgenre for it. This is a good show. This is a very good show. It just had the unfortunate problem of being, once again, in a very stacked season against outstanding shows.
Yeah.
However, the show did win one of my Best of Season awards.
Yes, it did.
And we will get to that when we get to that.
I mean, we're making good fucking pace.
Yeah, I know. It's great. Moving on to a different show with a greater connection to a larger franchise.
Slime Diaries.
Honestly, Milim and Shion's rivalry was actually really funny.
It was pretty good. Honestly, this was a really nice show in the end. I did basically binge the last 3 episodes, and they were a nice note to end on. Certainly in those 3 episodes, there were maybe 1 or 2 gags that I didn't enjoy, and it didn't feel like the episodes were going too long. That's admittedly not the case for the entire show, as I mentioned before in previous spring anime streams. Episode 4 was a fucking trash fire of an excuse for fan service. But episode 9, I believe, was a complete drag, and that's why I ended up binging the rest of it, because I took a few weeks break from it.
That is...
Yeah, I don't know whether it was just the mood I was in that day, or if it was just that episode, but it just felt like it went on for so long with not much happening.
Hey, it could be both.
Could very well be both. But, I mean, otherwise, like, it was just a nice slice of life look at the world and characters of Slime. Like,
You could even say it was a slice of life.
I'm not sure if you went for Slime of Life, that was the one I thought you were going for.
No, I said slice of life.
Yeah,
Slime life.
I know. Not 100% sure if it works, but you know, you go for it.
There were some very good gags in the last few episodes, especially like that one joke towards the end of I think episode 11 where Rimuru is going around Santa-ing and Milim catches him.
Oh god, that was great. That was great. It was the end of episode 11.
Fucking rip Rimuru.
Oh, and fucking Rimuru trying to explain Christmas to Rigurd. Like, Rigurd just like, what? Now that I think about it, Santa is pretty sketchy.
Yeah. Also, I forget which episode it was, but there was one episode that had a gag involving Gabiru that you actually enjoyed. The one where Milim accidentally wrecks his shit.
Oh yeah. Oh, that one. Yeah, I did enjoy that. I did also enjoy the gag in that last 3 episodes where he and the dwarf scientist dude got in a fucking argument about music.
Yeah, that was great. I also enjoyed him and the other lizard boys just trying their damnedest not to go into hibernation when the winter set in.
Yeah. But speaking of lizard people that I didn't enjoy, let's be real, the Soe and Soka stuff was kind of the weakest part.
I think it was just a kind of repetitive gag, yeah.
Yeah, repetitive gag, and the fact that they were all based on her crush on him, which was kind of clearly not going to go anywhere in what is essentially a side series.
Yeah, no, if it does happen, it's going to happen in the main series, but they're not going to develop it here, really.
Let's be honest, nothing of consequence for the universe of Slime really happened here.
I mean, nothing is supposed to. It's supposed to be a slice of life.
I know.
Spin-off.
And again, that's the point. But and it doesn't harm the show in any way. I don't think, because it's enough just to be able to enjoy these characters. I mean, all of the slime characters that I enjoy in the main series were entertaining as always. Rigurd, Ranga.
Ranga is the goodest of boys.
A bunch of other characters, but even the ones that I usually don't. Like, as we said, Gabiru had a couple of really, really nice gags. Shion wasn't quite as overbearing as normal. And even Milim, like, especially Milim, because the fact that she kept changing costumes meant that she wasn't in her fucking lolly underwear outfit.
Yeah, no, like, her normal strippery outfit is kind of annoying.
And,
And uncomfortable.
And she got some really adorable scenes with Rimuru.
Yeah.
Like, the one where he's
a
carrying
really
her
fun
back as she's sleeping is really adorable.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
like, those two have a great dynamic between them, I think.
They do. And it was nice to get more of it. But this also allowed, like, characters who don't get to do much in the main series to get some much-needed screen time. Like, Geld in particular. Like, I think he was the star of the show. He never had a bad scene.
Yeah. No, Geld... I think Geld, Ranga, and Rigurd all were the only ones who never had a single bad gag involving them. Like, especially Rigurd's one gag where he's like, I'm not angry.
Yeah. I mean, just the running gag of them trying to get Milim to stop destroying stuff. Like, which in the end just turned into signs on doors saying, please open the doors gently or quietly, and just Milim completely ignoring it.
That son can't stop me because I can't read.
Basically, yeah. Oh, that was another gag. When the fucking shoveling... Well, no. There's two gags now that I remembered. The one where Rimuru kept getting stuck underneath snow, and then Rika finding him.
That was great.
And then the second one where Rimuru fucking shanghaied Yom and his crew into shoveling snow. And Yoma's like, do we really have to do this? Oh, I didn't know you were looking forward to training with Higehiro so much. I'll tell him right away. It's like, no, he loves shoveling snow.
Yeah, no. Honestly, overall, I feel if you enjoy the characters of Slime in any way and you like slice of life stuff, this is a good show for you. Just check it out. It's very fun.
And overall, it was just a nice break between the two cores of season 2.
Because there was some intense shit in the first half of season 2, and there's gonna be some intense shit in the second half.
Yeah.
Oh, I am looking forward to the second half. That's gonna be fun.
It is going to be fun. You know what else is fun? Is finding out that Spider Sakai's production was kind of a shit show.
I am not remotely surprised. Like, some of the fight choreography in the latter half of the second core was just kind of atrocious. Like, and a lot of the animation was just really bad. So I'm not remotely surprised that the final episode got delayed.
Yeah.
Like, the story and characters are still fine. It's just like the issue is all on the presentation. Like, my expression for several of the fight scenes was very much Kumoko's expression in this screenshot.
Yeah.
Of course, Kumoko in this scene is actually really funny because she's just 110% done dealing with this stuck-up nobleman within seconds of meeting him. Which, valid. But yeah, Kumoko also accidentally is a war by killing this dude because he tried to send his men to kidnap her and she got pissed about it.
I mean, fair. So. Yeah, fair.
But yeah, what was she expecting besides the war? But yeah, the human side stuff is still not as engaging as Kumoko's stuff. Partially because Kumoko has some funny bits, especially after gaining immortality and promptly getting blown to ludicrous gibbs immediately afterwards.
Yeah.
Which, always fun to play with immortality by upping the injury stakes.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's not bad as a series overall, but like the weaknesses of the series just become much more apparent in the back half.
Yeah.
Especially with regard to the animation. So I can't really wholeheartedly recommend this, but I can tentatively recommend it if you think you'll enjoy the characters and story.
Yeah.
Like, the story is incredibly complex and weaves quite the web. Haha. But if the presentation is too off-putting for you, I understand if you don't want to sit through the whole thing. But yeah, I can tentatively recommend this, even if I feel like its flaws are quite severe.
But going from one show where the production was a shit show to another show where that's production was, frankly, probably the best of the season, considering this was done well in advance of the first episode.
Yeah, no, that's always a good sign.
Quest-Dai-NAZENON.
Dai-NAZENON is one of my favorite shows of the season, and
can I just say, am I the only one who didn't get that those scars are supposed to be S-shaped?
It took me a couple minutes to realize it, but I did realize it while I was watching.
I only found out reading the Saga blog production notes.
Ooh, boy.
I could have certainly the one on Galma's face is more of a 6 in Roman numerals than it is an S. I mean, I've got a lot to mention from that production notes entry, because, oh boy, does it fill in a lot of the ending for me.
Yeah, it's a good ending, honestly.
It's a better ending than I initially thought.
Yeah. I also will say that it's really hard not to consider Yume and Yomogi as the best couple of the season.
Oh, no, absolutely. Yume and Yomogi's fucking awkward romance is fantastic, and I love it.
Like, all the characters and their interactions in the main cast are really good, but those two have, I think, my favorite relationship in the series. The show is just so fucking good.
It is a really good show. I mean, as I said, the messiness, I would say, of the ending brings it down for me. In that,
at least some of that messiness is intentional.
It is, but look, Yume, Yomogi, and Koyomi got really good arcs and good endings. Chisei's, we missed a lot of stuff. And I do think the ending is good in its own way, but it could have done with more attention. Galma's, unless you know Galma's whole deal, which plays into a 90s tokusatsu show, is not the best ending.
I mean, there is at least the fact that he is accepting of his death, and the fact that he will likely be reunited with his princess in the afterlife.
So,
which is at least in part what he wanted.
Yeah. So let me just explain what Galma's whole deal was, because again, I do think it's really interesting. So it is. It's an episode from as I said, a 90s tokusatsu show called Gridman the Hyper Agent. So in Dynazenon, we are told that Galma and the Kaiju eugenicists were lending their abilities to a certain country, and then they were betrayed. The country in question is apparently China, which makes sense given the dragon imagery. And the betrayal was basically because the country had grown scared of their supernatural powers, which, hey, fair. They can control giant kaiju. Can't say I completely blame them. The princess that Galma was in love with didn't know about all of this. And while Galma did kill all of the other kaiju eugenicists, he was killed by poison. So during the episode of Gridman the Hyper Agent, the villains basically brought Galma's mummy back to life, and he started causing some chaos with a good old kaiju rampage. The titular hero put a stop to this using the Dragonic Cannon, which apparently eventually formed Dynadragon. Which, makes sense. Yeah, I mean that's basically it. Again, it makes sense, and what is actually really interesting is the theory in this that Yume and Yomogi might be the reincarnations of Galma and the princess.
Yep.
Considering, Yume fiddling with Ankhs, the keys of life, eternal life, that sort of thing, And, Yomogi in the finale dresses up for the school festival as a mummy. Again, it's little things, but it's the type of thing that you know, Dynazenon and Gridman love to do.
They love their fucking subtlety, don't they?
They do love their subtlety.
And also they're unsubtlety with the big ass kaiju battles.
I mean, yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't see the need for that final kaiju battle.
Fair. I enjoyed it well enough, and I do think the final fight overall was well choreographed.
I mean, yeah. All of the fights were well choreographed. I mean, what I will say about Dynazenon is because of its focus on you know, these 5 protagonists, I don't feel like the antagonists got as much development as they necessarily needed. Mujina did get a decent enough arc, but it was sort of... It wasn't a particularly long one. It didn't get that much focus in the end. Onja and...
Meanwhile, Glasses guy got almost no development beyond being jealous of Galma.
Yeah, Glasses guy and Angry Dude pretty much got nothing. Shizumu...
Angry Dude at least got a developing friendship with Mujina.
Yeah. Shizumu was the most interesting and the least attached to Galma, but even he was just kind of reduced to going crazy for one last kaiju battle and then a talk with Yomugi. I mean...
Mm-hmm.
I think the point was that the heroes were stronger because of their close bonds, whereas the eugenicists were basically, as we've said this before, they were basically co-workers. But
yeah.
I'm just not entirely sure how well that message played through. It does make sense, but I'm just not sure. It could have done with a little bit more focus, I think.
It would have been nice to get a little bit more emphasis on that theme, but at the same time, it's pretty apparent.
It is kind of apparent. Again, it's not bad. The villains certainly aren't bad. I did like the kaiju genocists, and they were entertaining villains. I just wish they'd gotten more development, in a sense.
Yeah.
Though the good news is that considering Gridman focused its development on its villain, Dynazenon focused its development on its protagonists. In the sequel to both of those, where you know, Gridman and Dynazenon get put together, should be a complete show. You know, development for the protagonists and the antagonists.
Oh, I'm going to look forward to that. That's going to be interesting.
I hope it's more than one call. I think it's going to need more than one call. I think Dynazenon probably could have used an extra episode. Honestly,
a 13-episode season of Dynazenon would probably been a bit better.
I mean, again,
we got was excellent.
Oh no, Dynazenon was still fantastic. It was still a really enjoyable show, and one that I did not expect to watch at all. And like,
Are you glad you did?
No, I am very glad I did, and I'm also glad that I had to watch Gridman for it, which, you know, brings us to Anti and Anacilius II. Really nice to see them show up, even if fucking Anti's personality did not experience the same level of glow up his body did.
Yep.
He is still a dick.
Those two are married, right? Those two are definitely married, right?
I mean, basically. It's also interesting that... interesting and funny that those two are still using the umbrella they had at the end of Gridman. To the point where fucking Anti's shoulder is getting rained on because it's falling apart.
Yeah, it's funny. They're just such good characters. I love the whole cast, honestly.
I do. It is a really good cast. What else was I gonna say? Oh, here's another theory that's maybe less likely in terms of the scars. So you've got, obviously, Galma, Yomugi, Koyomi, and Yume with the S-shaped scars. Does Chisei's mole represent the full stop for the title?
Most likely, yeah. That seems to be what it's supposed to be.
It would make sense. It would make sense.
Yeah.
And I'm just glad that Yomugi and Yume are happy. I'm hoping that it's not going to be a new cast of characters for the Gridman X Dynazenon show. I am actually hoping that you get you get the fall from Dynazenon, and you get Yuta and Rika from Gridman and Otaku Boy. I don't remember his name.
It's been a while. I don't remember either.
I'm gonna check.
Regardless,
I'm gonna check because I feel bad for him. What's his name?
I'm still looking forward to
Utsumi.
The
Utsumi.
crossover
that's his name.
sequel. Yeah, the crossover sequel is going to be good.
Yeah, it is.
It's going to be good.
Trigger once again saving anime. But you know what was really saving anime? Fucking adorable ass girls on motorbikes.
Card games on motorcycles. I'm sorry, what?
Look, this was just nice. This was just really fucking nice.
Aside from 3 episodes, which were actually surprisingly intense.
3? I would say only 2.
You're right, 2.
Because
one of them had an intense moment at the end.
Well, I mean, I don't, obviously, because that was like at the end of one episode and the start of another, it's technically 2 episodes that covers, but considering it was basically half an episode's worth of story, I'm gonna still say 2 episodes worth.
Fair enough. Still, some intense shit.
Oh no, absolutely. I mean, the fucking how the music got so intense as Reiko, challenged Mount Fuji, was so fucking good. Just the production on this show was superb. Like, the fucking music was perfectly done. The fact that it had, the colour coming back into the world. I did actually read an article with, I think, the director about that, and he did say that it's... do I still have that open? I don't think I do, unfortunately. Shit. But he was basically saying, yeah, it's a trick that's not used too often, but, actually, do I? No, that's just a review. Just a review, damn. But yeah, but he was saying, like, the director felt it was really necessary to, really get across when the joy was coming into Koguma's world, basically, sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, I just loved watching Koguma come out of a shell. Like, at the start of the show, she was pretty much, silent and didn't really smile. Like, by the end, she was just smiling so much more often and in company with other people. Because even when she did smile at the start of the show, it would be, not around other people. But, here she is with her friends, coming back for a trip, and she's smiling. She also is, always ready to fucking sass Reiko, which is great.
Yeah, it's great.
I fucking love her sass. And just like, just the decision that Koguma took to, go on the school trip on her cub. She never would have made that decision at the start of the show. But she was getting confident enough to finally do it. And confident enough to fucking get away with it and smirk her head off at it.
That was great. That was a great moment.
She also had the confidence to speak up when the class was in trouble while preparing for the school festival. Taking charge and getting the job done. Like, again, it's just something... Like, Koguma just would have walked away at the start of the show.
Mm-hmm.
But no, now she has the fucking pride of the Cubs to help her.
I also like that she ends the season with her own cub.
Oh, yeah. I was
expecting it to happen at some point, and I'm glad she did get one of her own.
I was expecting it to happen, yeah, but it was nice to see it happen.
Mm-hmm.
It was a nice choice of cub as well. I think it was a little cub.
Mm-hmm.
And just
because she's tiny as hell.
yeah, it's just such a fun and enjoyable light series.
Speaking of fun and enjoyable light series, let's move on to a series that isn't that.
Oh, Snow White Notes. Oh god. Right.
One hell of an ending there. When I said shitty parents were an antagonist in 3 different series, this was the 3rd.
Yeah.
Because Setsu's parents were assholes.
Setsu's parents are pretty fucking bad. Pretty bad in terms of the whole fucking in terms of the season as a whole, which says something when Fruits Basket is also airing.
Yeah. The worst part is they're not physically abusive. They're very extremely emotionally abusive.
Mm.
Like, especially Umeko. Umeko is just like,
I mean,
how can I mentally torment my son?
Yeah. I mean, she's petty enough. I mean, I'm not sure who's worse, really. Like, the dad seems to have just had a kid with Umeko for the shamisen playing potential.
Yeah,
shows
not
up.
to mention he just straight up abandoned his kids too.
Yeah, shows up just to tell Setsu that he's shit and will never beat Soichi, and then just fucks off again. Umeko is more involved, which I'm not sure if that's better or worse. She's certainly fucking petty enough to punish Setsu for not doing what she wanted, which is bad.
Yes. Yeah, no. And the worst part is that in trying to do what she wanted at first, that probably cost Setsu a great deal in his performance.
Yeah.
Like, she wound up fucking up his performance indirectly.
Mm. Fucking helicopter parents.
And she had the audacity to blame him for it.
Yeah. I mean, overall, I know I shouldn't, but I can't help but compare this to Kono Otto Tamare.
I still feel like that's an unfair comparison because it's a 1-core versus a 2-core series, and I'm pretty sure Kono Otto Tamare is complete, whereas this one isn't.
No, Kono Otto Tamare is not complete.
Oh, okay.
But even just based on the first core, though, I would argue that it did a better job of managing to, yes, focus on the leads, but still manage to flesh out the supporting cast. Because I think that's where Snow White Notes fell for me, is that the most of the focus was on Setsu, and he's not the most compelling protagonist, if I'm honest.
I mean,
I like Setsu, but
especially in this season.
I like Setsu, but he's just sort of very, very bland and dull.
Yeah, Setsu is he has his issues. Like Maida is very much an internal character. So he is a lot more expressive and interesting than Maida, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it is a shame that he just got the majority of the focus, to at times the detriment of the supporting cast, because it was a good supporting cast. You've got fucking Setsu's brother, who, you know, looked like he was 40 when he's actually fucking 19, was always good when he show up.
And is the only member of his immediate family who isn't a piece of shit to him.
That's still alive.
Yes.
The granddad was fine when he was alive.
Yeah, it sucks that now.
Yeah. The rest of the club was generally pretty good, as were all the other rivals. I'm still not entirely sure whether Soichi is a genius or a complete dumbass.
Why not both?
I know, but it's just like, he's so dumb, but he's so good at what he does. He is the...
Also,
He's the complete epitome of a genius ditz.
Yeah. I also like Mai Mai and her interesting dynamic with Setsu. I love how Yui just reacts to the whole thing.
But yeah, I mean, my biggest issue with Snow White Notes is the, let's be honest, very depressing note it ended on.
Yeah, it did not end on exactly a high note.
Like,
which is unfortunate. I would be a lot more accepting of the ending if there was an announcement of a second season.
I was about to say the same thing. If it gets a second season, and it is possible, given that the manga is ongoing, then I will change my mind on the ending. But as it is, that's a pretty bad way to end a show.
It is an unfortunately bleak way to end. Because
there are ways you can still use that and still end on a happier note. Just you know, keep the shot or keep it going for maybe a few more minutes and have Setsu, you know, think, you know what, fuck those guys, I'm gonna do this my way. Like, that would be so much a happier ending.
Yeah.
Like, just having Setsu
I was
actually
just hoping for the moment that he would just tell his mom off.
But
or his dad.
Yeah. Just having, you know, Setsu make the realization that, you know, he does want to keep going, and he, you know, even if he doesn't necessarily know how, he's still going to try. That would have been a better way to end. And actually, I did watch the ending again to see if there was anything from that bit for the screenshot. And I do wonder if that's maybe what they were actually trying to get at. Because it does end with the grandfather saying, use your sound to steal mine. And Setsu going, my sound, sort of reaching out. And I'm wondering if that's what maybe they were trying to go for, but it wasn't done well.
Yeah.
If that's what they were going for, it wasn't done well.
One more thing to say about the series before you start gushing about the next one.
I just noticed what was next.
The music.
The music was fantastic.
Music was excellent throughout the series.
Music
the
never disappointed.
The ending, and just all the music throughout was just excellent.
That's the one thing I cannot fault Snow White Notes on. The music was always spectacular. Always great. But
I gained a new appreciation for shamisen through this anime. I think.
I think you should watch Kono Tamare because it's also got some really good music.
I'll check it out at some point. It's just I have a huge ass backlog to get through as it is.
I understand. In the same position. I'm just saying, Kono Tamare is a really good music show, also based on a traditional Japanese instrument.
Yeah.
But let's move on
let's
to everyone's
get into the mill binge section, the mill gosh section rather.
Everyone's favorite Taiwanese puppet show. First things first.
Taiwanese motherfucking puppets.
First things first. Rin Setsuwa, that son of a bitch. I said earlier that he wasn't gonna get me. He fucking got me. He fucking got me again. Because I'll just go through what happened. So, obviously Rin Setsuwa was working with Ban Gun-ha and Lee Hyobyo and K-Guy to an extent. But, you know, we all knew he really wasn't. K-Guy basically, you know, having realized that Rin Setsuwa is a dirty backstabber, which he is, brainwashes him with the 7 blasphemous deaths, basically turns him into her slave, and uses him to stab and apparently kill Ken Sanon, which also allows Shofu Khan to get captured, and the Sorcerer's Sword Index to be taken by Ban Gun-ha. It is revealed at the end of episode 12, I think it was? Let me check. There's Thunderbolt Fantasy there. I believe it was episode 12. Yeah. It was revealed Well, that son of a bitch had actually been playing Face Swap, which was an ability he revealed he had in Season 1. So actually, the person we thought was Rinsetsuwa was actually Ihyobyo. The person... No. Yes? Let me actually... God, I can't remember now. Fuck. No, the person who we thought was Rinsetsuwa was actually Ken-san-un. The person we thought was Ken-san-un was Ihyobyo. And the person that we thought was Ihyobyo was Rinsetsuwa. So Ihyobyo got stabbed by the brainwashed Ken-san-un. Meanwhile, Rinsetsuwa, wearing Ihyobyo's face, is going around fucking manipulating Bangun-ha into betraying Kase-meiko. And he fucking does in the end, because of all the shit that fucking Rinsetsuwa has been whispering. And then fucking Ken-san-un, it's revealed, this is revealed when, the brainwashed Ken-san-un, still with Rinsetsuwa's face, comes across, Ken-san-un's wife, Tan-hee, who is a mystical guardian who, you know, has abilities that can actually purge the brainwashing. And the reason, and it's actually pretty great how she recognizes him, because he tries to attack her in his brainwashed state, and she recognizes him from his terrible swordsmanship, and like just starts correcting him. Oh, I can't believe that motherfucker got me. I cannot believe it. Oh, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me thrice, you're a motherfucker, Genarabuchi. You're a motherfucker. Oh, God.
I've told you time and again that Genarabuchi is a fantastic writer.
I know, but I can't believe I was expecting it, and he still got me. We did get a really cool fight, so the 7 Blasphemous Deaths did actually manage to get back into her body, re-becoming Shokun Rin. And she got in a fight with Bangun-ha, who was using the Sorcerer's Sword Index. 2 less...
What's a 3-syllable name?
Because it's a Taiwanese show. I think they have more sort of Chinese-themed names, I guess.
I mean, it makes sense.
I mean, what I'm saying is the Japanese pronunciation of them, based on the Japanese characters of them. So, for example, Shofu Khan, his name is actually spelled basically Shangbu Huan. Again, I'm just sticking to the Japanese pronunciations because that's what I hear in the actual show, because obviously it's, you know, Japanese language. I mean, I've mentioned this before, but the fucking names in this show are fucking incredible. Like the English meanings of them, like fucking what else? Fuck, I'm struggling to find one that I haven't said. Well, Roshinkai's is Shockwave. You've got Kase-meiko, Plague of Moths and Locusts. There was a fucking hilarious one. One of the villains from season 2 is called Shokyo Ken, whose English meaning is Roaring Maniac. And it's like, and he was supposedly part of the government for CU, which is just like, and you trust that man? As I said, they've all got like they're not really names; they're more titles than anything else, I would say.
Interesting.
I mean, Shofu Khan's is fucking great, because Shofu Khan means unconcerned with dying young. And his other name is Jinmu Ho, Edgeless Blade, which works fucking perfectly considering his sword is basically just a piece of wood painted silver.
Oh, that's fun.
But yeah, so we get a fantastic fight with Bangun-Ha and Shokun Rin. Then fucking Shofu Khan shows up. But the best part is that fucking Rin Setsuwa, again, reveals he's been planning all of this, because what he has done is, when Kei-Gai and Shokun Rin were getting the ladder's body back, they also took that crazy bastard Roshin Kai, who, because of the brainwashing, is basically in love with the sword, but only the sword. He's not actually in love with Shokun Rin's human form, so they leave him in the past. While Bangun-Ha and Shofu Khan are fighting, Rin Setsuwa has gone back to the past, collected Roshin Kai, puts Shokun Rin back in the fucking sword, gives it to Roshin Kai, and then transports him into space where they can be together forever. Way to fucking weaponize the yandere, Rin Setsuwa. Way to fucking weaponize the yandere. And then the fucking season ends with Bangun-Ha gets transported to the Emperor of CU, because hey, Bangun-Ha has been using a bunch of these magical demon swords, and it's really taken a toll on his health. For example, the one he used last. Let me see if we can get the name. I believe it's this one. The Shakushoken. Is literally using or burning up his body to the point where the arm he uses to wield it basically crumbles after the fight. So he goes to the Emperor to basically ask him to step in and take charge of the situation, because his daughter, the Princess Chofu, or Derision, is basically ruining the country. However, this is where the screenshot comes in, because guess who the fucking Emperor is?
Is it Rin Setsuwa?
It's not Rin Setsuwa. I would have been so fucking angry if it had been. No, it's Kasei-Meiko, the plague of moths and locusts, and the leader of the Order of the Divine Swarm, who is basically the big bad, I would say. Well, he's one half of the big bad. All he cares about is getting the Sorcerer's Sword Index. He doesn't care about anything else, which is actually why Bangun-Ha turned on him. Because Bangun-Ha joined the Order of the Divine Swarms to basically save his country, which Kasei-Meiko said he would do, but he clearly isn't going to. And now he's actually the fucking Emperor and has allowed all of this to happen. And I'm honestly not sure if he is actually the Emperor, or if he's just basically taken the place of the Emperor and is manipulating the princess. You know, because either is likely, considering that princess is fucking insane.
Oh boy.
Like, in the second movie, like, literally her whole deal is she has musicians perform while being attacked by her soldiers. And if they can't fight them off while still continuing to play, they're not good enough for her.
Jesus.
Yeah. Fortunately, well, sort of fortunately. Well, Rofio is good enough to survive, so he manages to stay court musician for a while until Tenmei shows up and they have a fucking incredible duet while fighting. Anyway, I've heard this is going on for another 2 seasons, and I'm all fucking on board for that. Entirely on board for 2 more fucking seasons of this shit.
Oh, I can tell.
Hey, and maybe we'll get some more movies in between as well.
Likely.
Moving on to a show I'm less on board with. To Your Eternity.
Hey, I'm all in. I'm all in on this one.
Go ahead.
Just this entire past arc has been absolutely fantastic.
The only thing I really approve of is Buff Goo Goo.
Gugu in general has been a very fun character, and his relationship with Fushi and Rin have been just really fun and interesting to explore. And there's also the relationship he has with his deadbeat brother that actually comes back up towards the end of this arc, which goes in an interesting direction because his brother eventually gets his life back together and tries to mend things with Gugu, and Gugu has none of it because his brother abandoned him and stole all the money that they had saved up in the process, and Gugu does not really want to forgive his brother for that.
Yeah.
Which is an interesting way to do things, because a lot of other anime would probably have the brothers reconcile at that, but I appreciate that To Your Eternity took a more nuanced take on it, and that Gugu does not forgive his brother, and even if he does have some care for him still, he's not going to forgive him for basically abandoning him for half a decade. And what's also just really interesting is Fushi deciding to just stay with Gugu and the rest of the supporting cast of this arc for half a decade and just staying in one form and learning and growing as a person. Like, Fushi gets a lot more development in this arc and becomes a lot more humanized and a lot more, what's the word? A lot more nuanced as a character. He gains a lot of through his interactions with Gugu, Rin, Kyoran, and the Booze Man. And it's very interesting to see his growth and development through this arc, especially compared to the last arc, where he goes from just a step above an animal to barely a person, into much more of a fully realized person by the end of this arc.
Yeah.
Like, he could barely comprehend March's death at the end of the last arc, but when he realizes that Gugu has died, it breaks something in him, and he loses his shit. And Gugu's death is also extremely heartbreaking. I miss my lizard boy. But it's also incredibly a meaningful moment because he is sacrificing himself to save a person he loves, and he was in that situation in the first place to help Fushi fight against the monsters that are trying to destroy him. And just seeing the impact his death has on Fushi and Rin and the rest of the supporting cast is just such a beautiful look at just like the fragility and ephemerality of life, and the fact that you still have such a profound impact on those around you, even when you pass tragically and suddenly in an untimely manner. The series is just a really somber and interesting take on the concepts of ephemerality and mortality in the face of something that is timeless. And seeing Fushi's growth as a person in contrast with this is just really good. It's just so fantastic. The score for this series is also really good. And it'd be remiss of me if I didn't mention it. But yeah, the most recent episode got me to cry quite a bit. And
question, because I have dropped this. I'm of course assuming that Fushi now has Gugu's form.
Correct.
Does he have kid Gugu or buff Gugu?
Buff Gugu.
Yay!
Yes.
He could use that.
It seems to be that, based on what we've been told about the narrative, during the narrative, it seems that the rule of Fushi assuming someone's form is that it has to be an individual that has made an impression on him and that has passed away. He can also generate objects that have made an impression on him. Like, if he's been stabbed by something, he can remake the thing that stabbed him.
Yeah.
But if he's been burned by a torch, he cannot remake the fire that burned him, but rather just the torch without the fire.
We know that because Gugu tested that in kind of a dick move.
Yeah, no, definitely a dick move. And Fushi is understandably mad at Gugu afterwards. I just like the relationship those two have overall, though, and I'm gonna miss Gugu. Like, it'll be interesting to see what the supporting cast for the next arc is going to be like. I do know that Jouran is going to join Gugu at some point in the next arc, so it'll be nice to have at least one character carrying over.
I wonder who's next up on the chopping block.
Who knows? I don't. I went into the series after the first episode expecting it to hurt me, and it has. But it's been a surprisingly cathartic and satisfying pain, despite all that.
Especially after that first episode, I expected the series to hurt me as well, and it kind of didn't.
I think it's because you had trouble getting invested in the characters. I did not have trouble getting invested in the characters, and I have felt pain. But yeah, no, this is a fantastic series. And if you are not averse to feeling emotionally devastated by characters you've gotten invested in, then this is definitely one to check out. But speaking of pain, on to the next show.
Tokyo Revengers. Good for you, you get 3 in a row.
Yeah. Takemichi was not prepared to get stabbed.
I mean, how many people are prepared to get stabbed?
I mean, the dude had a knife, and he knew the dude had a knife. And the dude had previously just stabbed one of Takemichi's friends.
Yeah, it just seemed like he was probably being a bit dumb, not expecting the stabbing.
Challenged the man to a one-on-one, mano-a-mano fight. And the dude brought a knife to a fist fight. To be fair, the dude in question is a dick, but Takemichi does choke him out.
Yeah.
Which is very satisfying. But it's been very interesting to see Takemichi's growth and development throughout this. Going from just like a washed-up loser who has nothing really going for him to someone who's actually motivated to improve and save the people who are close to him through his newfound time ability.
Yeah.
Also, Takemichi gets the shit kicked out of him a lot. And yet he still does not have as bad as Subaru from ReZero.
Yeah, because at least he survives those.
True. Exactly. But yeah, the ending of the most recent episode was incredibly brutal, and holy shit.
Yeah, this
next arc is going to be fun.
This has turned out to be 2-core, hasn't it?
This is 2-core, yes. So, yeah, no. Most recent episode ended in a very shocking manner, where it's like, oh yay, everything's been resolved. It looks like Takemichi's finally going to reconnect with his ex-girlfriend and maybe possibly rekindle that relationship. And what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? So yeah, things go sideways, and Takemichi has to time travel back again.
Well, considering there was a second core,
exactly
I kind of expected that.
Yeah, no. This series, this is a very good series, and but it gets intense, and some shit is just, holy shit, this is messed up. I mean, this does go to great pains to show how incredibly fucked up the delinquent side of life could be for people at that age.
Yeah.
Like, at a certain point, after a certain point, delinquents stop being amusing and start being genuinely dangerous. And this show is all about exploring that.
Yeah.
Like the tragedy and danger inherent to like that kind of life that leads all this violence at such a young age.
Yeah.
And man, this show does not pull its punches. Even if the humor sometimes comes in at strange times, like overall, it's like this show can get very intense. Still extremely good though.
Speaking of extremely good shows, apparently, Vivy, Fluorite Dai.
Another show about time travel. Whoopee! This fucking show, man. This is one of the most beautiful originals I've seen in a long time.
I do intend to give this a fucking watch. It's just, at this stage, I do actually kind of want to wait for the dub.
That is fair. But the music in this show is absolutely fantastic, too. It's about a robot idol. Of course, it'd have great music.
Yeah.
But, like, this show, the finale of this show actually made me cry. With just the final. I'm gonna try not to spoil it for you, Mill, because I know you want to watch it.
Appreciated.
But like the final episode made me cry just with the weight of what's going on and the characters' actions. It's just really fucking good. And seeing the characters just develop and grow, and especially Diva/Vivy's arc across the series is very, very interesting. But I really like the high concept, and I really like the execution of it overall. And the finale is extremely good. It ended really well, which is better than can be said about some other originals.
Oh boy, we are nearly there. I mean, also, you know, made by Studio Wit, you know, it looks good.
Yeah, really well animated, great music, excellent fight scenes. My goodness. And really good high concept and story. It's just, in case you didn't realize, the script for this was co-written by the author of ReZero. If that works as an endorsement for you.
Saw somebody on Mouth for whom that did not actually, because I was looking at Vivy's Mal page and was having a look at what the other scriptwriter had done. And on there was like, great work on Vivy. Don't let ReZero authors' names fuck up your work again. It's like, okay, didn't expect that.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Someone hates ReZero, I guess.
Apparently so.
Well, that's their prerogative. Not my position to really say that they're wrong, even though they are.
It was just like, okay, wow, that's a hot take. I don't think I've ever seen anyone take issue with the ReZero writer. If anything,
It's also kind of petty.
Yeah, but if anything, I would have thought it would be the other way around on that writing team.
Yeah, no, it's weird. The other writer, I think, worked on. He worked on a few other originals. One of which was a lot of adaptations and some originals as well. He did work on ReZero as well as the ReZero author. So maybe that's how they know each other. I don't know.
Very possibly, yeah.
But yeah, moving on to an excellent sequel.
Welcome to Demon School Iruma-kun. It's a shame we don't have the resident Iruma fan for this one, but I'm actually going to have to. So, when last we left off, I'm just going to go check where we left off. 4, 5, and 6, wow. Okay, so we've got the end of Confident Iruma. I'm not going to call him Evil Iruma because he's not evil. He's just fucking confident. So we get the end of Confident Iruma and then the end of term exams arc, both of which were good. Especially, I mean, let's be honest, Confident Iruma is fantastic. He really is. Like,
yeah, it's great.
But it was also really nice that the thing that won them the day in the end was not anything Confident Iruma had done. It had just been Iruma being his usual nice self.
Yeah, no, I love the fact that Iruma's kindness paid off in such a big way.
Yeah. And, you know, fuck Kalego for trying to pull that double cross on them.
I mean, in the next episode, Kalego is definitely gonna.
Oh, he's
suffer,
he's definitely gonna get his punishment because he has to go to fucking Clara's house, and that's not gonna go well for him. He's gonna be in his own personal hell, and it's gonna be
the
great.
whole business is probably gonna be fun to watch.
I mean, yeah. But yeah, the studying arc was good. I do like Balam Sensei.
Balam is very interesting. I also find it fascinating that he is the highest ranked teacher at the school besides Kalego.
I mean, it makes sense.
It does, especially when we find out his magic ability.
But it was also just fucking great. Fucking Aruma's reaction to him telling Balam that he's a human. It's like, wait, I said that? What?
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Why would I do that? It's just... And Balam just not knowing how to treat him is like, I don't know what will break you.
Also, I just really like the fact that he does so good at teaching by giving Iruma picture books.
Yeah. I mean, he needs the crash course in, like, kids' knowledge, basically, in basic demon world knowledge, so it does make sense. And Iruma seems like the kind of person who gets thrown up by textbooks.
Yeah. Now, like, it does not help that Iruma is just, like... I don't think he's ever been to school before this. Because his bio parents are absolute shits.
Yeah. Oh, God, fucking, fucking Sullivan's reaction to Confident Iruma is just always so great. Like,
It's hilarious.
When he wants a picture with him, and just like... Oh, no, of course not. And then Iruma takes the picture. It's like, it just starts fucking squeeing. It's so great, especially knowing that's fucking Kiryu's voice actor. I mean, anything Sullivan fucking does when he's being Sullivan is great, knowing it's Kiryu's voice actor, who's just hamming it the fuck up.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I do love that when Iruma chose to sing the fucking Idol song, that everyone was like accepting of it and singing along with him. It's like
that was. I also like the cameo from the theme tune from the first season.
That was also really good. To the point where I actually had to check to make sure that the voice actor for the character singing it wasn't actually one of the singers for it. Which I don't think they were.
No, probably not.
But it was worth checking. But also Murase showing off his incredibly high range. Still being able to fucking sing that song as high as possible. In as high as pitch as possible. The insanity of that man is just incredible. Yeah, I mean, fucking
Yeah.
Iruma-kun is just still great. It really is. Like, I'm just looking forward to the rest of it. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens on the school holiday. Should be interesting. I'm also glad we won't see more of the creep who drugged Amory. At least not for a while.
Yeah, no. I am glad that I'm pretty sure he's the only character who is actually getting punished for cheating.
Probably, yeah.
Fucking dumbass.
Yeah. But yeah, I also like Balam Sensei's undercut. It's a really good haircut for him.
It works for him, yeah. I also like the girl talk bit at the end of the most recent episode. It could have gone so much worse, but having Clara's chaotic energy helps make it a lot more fun.
I mean, sticking Clara in anything is going to make the scene that little bit better.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to another Valak family song next episode in front of Kalego.
Like you said, it's going to be his personal hell.
Yep. Speaking of personal hells...
No.
So, the Wonder Egg Priority Finale aired on... Well, it was Wednesday morning for me, but Tuesday night for everyone else. For everyone on the American side of the world. And it was dog shit.
I am so fucking disappointed.
The one thing I'm going to say right now is that neither of us in this bit are going to slag the animators.
Oh, the animators do not deserve to get any sort of flack for this.
No.
This is not their fault. They did everything they could, and they did an incredible job on the whole show. They deserve all the praise and all the pay and all the rest.
Well, as I said in my message to them, go take a few months rest, and if somebody from Aniplex or Cloverworks tries to hire you again, tell them to go fuck themselves.
Yeah, basically.
Because they've been treated awfully. Because apparently this is I will note that this is unsubstantiated, but apparently they may have been forced to work on both the Wonder Egg finale and Shadow's House, which is part of the reason why I definitely don't want to reward Shadow's House.
Ah, I see.
As I said,
I get that.
Unsubstantiated. But if that's the case, like, that's not on. When you've already fucking forced the finale to be delayed because of crunch, forcing the animators to work on another show would be a whole new level of bullshit. Again, I don't know if that actually happened or not, but if it did, yeah, fuck off. I mean, there's already enough fucking ammunition out there to chuck at Cloverworks and Aniplex, because a couple of articles have been, interviews have been written with Western students and Western animators who basically were fans of the show and ended up having to work and animate on the show. So you had not necessarily amateur, but Western animators who were just fans of the show and had done fan art suddenly being contacted by the show saying, "Can you help us animate this, please?" And foreign language students who were also fans of the show being asked, "Hey, you speak Japanese, can you help us translate for these people?" And even then, the crunch was fucking real. But that's beside the point, because...
Let's just get this over with, because let's rip off a band-aid.
Okay, three aspects. Three aspects for me. First, they made the whole Koido Sawaki thing even fucking worse. It was bad enough.
Yeah, no, that is by far my biggest gripe with the finale.
It was
holy shit. That is horrendously handled.
It was bad enough that they were being so non-committal about it in the original run of the show. At the end of the day, by the end of episode 12, it was ambiguous enough that you could either see Sawaki as a decent dude who just acts slightly creepily, or an actual creep who deserves to be put in jail. the fucking finale placed all of the blame on Koido. All of it.
Which is fucking scummy as hell.
Yes, because Sawaki is so fucking creepy. There is no erasing the creepiness of his action. Every single person who watched Egg and who talks in the TFS Discord, where we talk about anime a lot, every single person who watched Egg, after every single episode Sawaki appeared in, was like, well, another red flag for Sawaki. There is no...
Sketch as fuck, seriously.
There is no wiping out his creepiness, and yet that's what they tried to do. And it really does. And again, the people, certainly the main person at the Saga blog, whose Twitter account is UU something. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? Fuck's sake, there's so many links in this fucking Dynazenon article, and I know at least one of them is... Yeah, UU Cow. UU Cow. And again, they obviously know far better than we do about, animation and anime production. And they seem fairly convinced that there was a distinct clash throughout the show between the writer and the showrunner and the director. And honestly, again, the director, honestly, he seems like he had the right head on his shoulders, and he knew what exactly this should have been. The writer/showrunner was clearly an asshole, and that is what I was worried about during the run of the show, because that is what I had heard from other people about him. I think stuff like this
does.
Go ahead.
Not help that the production staff, the producers rather, were also they did not. Oh,
I'm not
sure. The producers were. But...
I'm not sure how much the producers are to blame. Honestly, I mean it's real. We just don't know. We know a surprising amount about the production because of how god awful it's been, and people are actually complaining. We know that at least one producer, if not, I think maybe two, maybe even three, had to be taken to hospital because of the hours they were having to work in the run-up to episode 11 and 12. But we just don't know exactly what the dynamic is. It is a fairly solid theory that there was tension between the showrunner and the director, given that, the showrunner came out and agreed with the Arca's opinion on the nature of male and female suicide, whereas the director was like, no, we should have made Nehru fucking object to it even stronger.
Yeah, no. Yeah. He seems like he is the intelligent one of the two.
Not to mention, again, it is a strong theory that Momoe is trans, but the issue is that obviously, the showrunner, who honestly, looking at his history, has a very bad run with trans characters, obviously didn't write anything like that into the show, and it's merely conjecture based on, Momoe's design, which obviously would be under the purview of the director, and the fact that, she was associated with so much trans stuff. But, so again, we don't know exactly where it is, but I'm almost certain that, because I'm willing to bet that because of the lack of time they had for the finale, a lot of the story was changed from how it originally was. What I'm almost certain probably didn't change was the Koito and Sawaki stuff. I'm willing to bet that was in the finale from the start.
Which is extremely disappointing.
Extremely disappointing. What did almost certainly change is the fact that there was no climactic battle with Frill and her weirdly headed minions. And again, no blame on the
They're-
animators. They clearly had no
Yeah.
time or energy to animate a climactic fight. There was no way they could
Honestly,
have.
like, this special felt like it was much less like a finale for the series and much more like set up for a second season.
Mm.
Which, it didn't seem, based on the end card,
I mean, I've got the end card up.
Season.
I've got the end card
exactly.
up. They say the end. I'm willing to bet it's the end. It's also Cloverworks. They hate second seasons. They don't like doing them. If Cloverworks does a show, they aren't doing a second season.
It was The Promised Neverland season 2, and we all know how that turned out.
So frankly, even if Egg does have the potential for a second season, I'm not sure we want one.
Yeah,
because
no,
it's likely to make things even
honestly,
worse.
At this point, I think I'm just going to treat episode 12 as the finale, and I'm going to just wholesale disregard this special.
Honestly, that's fine because there's also it just didn't. It was just disjointed. It just didn't feel. It felt like any other episode. It didn't feel like a finale in the first place. It just felt like any other episode.
I've seen it said before. It was a fine episode, but it was
I mean,
a terrible finale.
I'm not sure if it's a fine episode. It's a decent enough regular episode because I'm still not entirely. There's still the Koido and Sawaki stuff happening, and I don't think I can reward that with a.
Does not fly.
I don't think I can. Yeah, I don't think I can reward an episode with the title of good if it's got that in it. But. But. Yeah.
There's also the Nehru stuff, which is also just like
Again.
At least some of it was foreshadowed, but at the same time, like,
again,
why drop all of this at the end?
Why not
drop this beforehand?
It makes sense, but it's a horrific reveal to have in the final episode of the show. It's a horrific reveal.
It's not the content of the reveal; it is the placement of the reveal.
Because it does make an element of sense, considering how connected Nehru's company and the Arkas are to each other.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's just the fact that you've chucked that in at the last minute with no way to resolve it. And I've said it before. You can go back and watch the winter streams because I will say it again. They should have fucked off they should have not included the frill stuff, and they should have just had it be a story about fighting your personal demons.
I kind of agree there, honestly. Like, the frill stuff, as interesting as it could have been if it had been developed more or been put into a 2-core series, it does not work with its placement within the series.
If the show had been 2-core, the frill stuff, I'm certain, would have worked. But the fact is that it was never a 2-core series. It was a 13-episode series, and it should have just stuck to its wheelhouse. It would have been a fantastic show if they had stuck to the personal demons, because they could have had. Because you've got Ai against Sawaki, which obviously that whole thing. You've got Nehru fighting against. Her fucking company, like maybe her secretary, maybe somebody higher up the chain, who the fuck knows. Rika and Momoe, you could find villains for them in their stories somehow. I'm certain you could.
I mean, Momoe's demons seem to be at least somewhat internalized, as do Rika's.
I mean, all you have to do is change Momoe's story slightly to be, one where there is a particular person abusing her for how she looks.
Yeah. Honestly, like, this series felt like it, as we mentioned before, this was too ambitious for its own good.
Absolutely too ambitious for its own good. And again, fair fucking play to the animators. They tried their best. They got so close. The animators deserve
all the praise and all the kudos for what they did. They did a fantastic job, and Wonder Egg, despite all its storytelling flaws and failings, it was one of the best animated shows of the year. Without question.
Unfortunately, because of its story aspects, it's probably not going to end up that close to the top of my list for my year-end list.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. It's just... I'm just so disappointed in this finale.
Mm.
It just squandered its potential with this.
It did. It really did. Moving on to a show that didn't squander its potential, though. Zombieland Saga Revenge. I love this shot.
John.
I love this shot.
This show is incredible.
Yeah, no.
This show is incredible.
But can you see the screenshot yet?
I can see the screenshot. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I had to do that one. I just wanted to show that one. Just because of the fucking gamut of expressions. You've got fucking Junko and I literally screaming their eyes out. You've got Tai who's just nomming, and then the woman who's just like, oh, this is happening then.
Yeah.
But the actual picture I picked
we also got to talk about the legendary Yamada Tai doing a legendary Freddie Mercury impression. I was
actually kind of worried. I thought like that. I was like, wait, you're letting Tai talk into the mic? What? And then it went really well. I was like, oh my god, the show can do anything. The show can do anything it puts its mind to.
Speaking of doing anything it can put its mind to, how about those last 20 seconds?
Let's leave that to the end, because we've got 4 episodes to cover. So we've got the second half of Yugiri's backstory, which did culminate...
In which Yugiri kills a man.
In which Yugiri kills a man, and then gets beheaded herself. As about we expected, let's be honest. We did about call that. But, you know, again, never a bad thing for us to be able to call something like that. It just means it was set up well.
Exactly.
And that arc, or that mini 2-parter did end with the fucking banger that is Saga Jihen.
I love Yugiri's voice so much. It works. It's just such a beautiful voice.
Saga Jihen is such a fucking good song. It really is.
It is. It's probably my favorite off of the soundtrack this season.
Yeah. But I will say
some of the finale songs are also really good.
At least one of those was also in the album of songs they released after the first season. The one that it was is called Kagayaite, and I remember listening to it the first time and going, I don't remember this one. I've probably just forgotten it. It's fine. And then I started hearing it in the finale. It's like, that's where it came from. Episode 10 with the flashback to 2019, probably the weakest half episode, I would say.
Though it was incredibly well done in terms of how uncomfortable it was at points.
I mean, it was necessary, I think, to really contextualize what was happening, but it did in part just feel like it was treading similar ground, stuff that had been said earlier in the season. But again, I'm not going to begrudge Zombieland Saga for one slightly meh half episode in a 12-episode run of gloriousness. Because...
especially after the second half of the episode was so insane and intense. Yeah.
Because fucking...
and also just the 2-part finale.
Just the 2-part finale. I was so... when they fucking...
that scene when they accidentally revealed they were zombies.
Like, I was like, oh god, play it off like you were wearing makeup. You are actually wearing makeup right now. Please do that. It'll work. And then they didn't. I was like, oh no. And thankfully it was kids, fucking idiot kids who did it for them.
Oh god. That was just like, I laughed when it happened, but at the same time, it was very much a nervous laugh because
I paused and just had my head in my hands, like, oh no. But here's the thing: even if they do actually properly reveal that they are zombies at some point, I'm almost certain that the nature of the show is that they are going to get accepted regardless. If nothing else, those 2 fucking metalheads are never going to leave them alone.
I love the metalheads.
I love them so much. The fact that they were the first in is so great.
They have been there since the beginning, and it is fitting that they were the first there at the end.
They are the Amai of fucking Zombieland.
Yes. They are the devoted fans.
Yeah, and I love them to bits because they're fucking.
I do love
so
the whole
great.
Avengers Assemble thing that went on in the finale
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
I
So-
I straight up had the Avengers theme playing in my head.
So apparently the governor of Saga played himself, like voiced himself.
That's
in
fucking
the
amazing.
episode. I'm not 100% sure if that's correct, but that's certainly what I've read.
He is a stated fan of the series, and he has
Yes.
cosplayed as Kotaro.
I mean, I'm not surprised he's a fucking fan of the series. This show has done wonders for Saga's popularity. Like when I went to Japan with my friends, we were like, we kind of want to go to Saga just for the show, but it's just a little bit too far out of where we're staying. We actually considered going to Saga because of the goddamn show. The fucking Chicken Man was in the crowd as well. The fucking Chicken Man.
Dude, he just fucking flew in and
He
landed.
flew
like,
in as
what the
well.
fuck?
Yeah, I forgot.
It was like, that was the bit that made me think, oh shit, this is like the Avengers.
Yeah. And let's be real. This is something that we haven't mentioned. We should. The fucking 3D animation for the songs and the dances has gotten a lot better this season.
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
in the finale especially, it was
Yeah.
like, wait, this is CG? This
Yeah.
does not look like CG.
Like in the first season, I was never bothered by the CG that it used. I thought it was pretty decent, but it was clearly CG. This season, it's been a lot harder to figure it out. It's the models have been a lot cleaner and more at home in the backgrounds.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the fact that
The concert was at the end,
Yeah,
which was just like 3 straight songs of awesomeness.
3 straight songs of awesomeness was great. It really was just
And
I
again,
love Zombieland.
after the first song, Yamada Tai does a fucking Freddie Mercury impression.
Yeah,
And
no.
it is...
It's fucking wild. But let's talk about that finale, because before they go out first of all, before they go out for the encore, Kotaro collapses and coughs up blood.
And he covers it up by crying.
Yeah. And let's be real, this season has done a lot to fucking help Kotaro's image, because
Yeah, Kotaro
he was probably
been a lot better this season.
yeah, he was it's certainly in my mind, he was one of the weakest aspects of the first season, because look, comedy abuse is still abuse.
Like, Mamoru Miyano is a fantastic voice actor,
Oh, no.
and his voice acting was entertaining, but, like, the character's behavior was still kind of shitty.
Mamoru Miyano saved that character from being actually disliked. As it was, he was just a bit of a dick. But this season...
He's a lot better this season, especially because he is a butt monkey so much.
The most abuse he hands out to the girls is when he sprays them with the water. And even that can be is more roughhousing than it is abuse.
It was also very funny because it led to some great scenes
well, he started
great
fucking
bits, like-
swearing.
Yeah. Oh my god, the drill sergeant routine was funny as hell.
But it was also like entirely like any bravado he had was entirely cut off at the knees the next episode or the next start of the arc when fucking Lily just took over the briefing from him instantly and without like. There has not been a cleaner cutting off at the knees in anime history because she just.
Speaking of which, Lily drawing on the board was actually like not the full height of the board because
it was only halfway up the board. I love the little gags they do with the board like that. It's so great. I still remember the one from the fucking first episode where he'd drawn it on the other side, hit it over, and it was upside down. He only noticed mid-speech. And you can see him do a double take of like, oh shit, and just fucking knocks it back around.
God, this show is so great.
But yeah, so there's that. And then there's the last fucking 20 seconds where fucking aliens occur.
Saga gets the Independence Day treatment.
Fucking aliens attack Saga, apparently. Oh,
It's like-
this is getting a third season. We all know this is getting a third season. It's just a matter of when.
absolutely.
This is such a
The
money
fact that
spinner
that
for
fucking
Mappa.
That fucking April Fool's joke actually turned out to be foreshadowing for the fucking singer of the season. I don't fucking believe this.
The fucking
audacity.
They're fucking taking lessons from Mob in trolling your audience by making the most innocuous of thing a fucking major plot point. I'm still not fucking over how those fucking broccoli seeds saved the day in Mob Season 2.
Yes.
And the fact that
like,
the fact that fucking broccoli was such a key image in both Season 1 and Season 2 key visuals and in the OPs. I'm still not over it. And Zombieland have clearly taken lessons on that aspect.
They turned a fucking April Fool's joke into foreshadowing for the stinger of the season.
Oh, fucking hell. Watch
Zombieland
Zombieland,
Saga
please.
is really fucking...
It's so good.
It's good.
It's so fucking good. But...
like, even if you're not into idols, it's just like... it's just such a good show.
Yeah. But that is the end of our spring anime wrap-up. It is not the end of the stream, though. Because it is time for the Storytime Network Spring Anime Season Awards.
Aw, yeah.
Fuck! I fucked things up. Shit. God
What?
damn it. I accidentally left my winner up after I'd been testing something. Shit. Oh well. I'm still hiding it. Fuck you.
Anyways, we're going to start with Best Protagonist, because...
starting with Best Protagonist, yeah. So, runner-up for the two of us. Otokawa. Both of us picked Otokawa as a runner-up.
Well, Otokawa is just a fantastic character.
He is. Like, honestly, I didn't have... I had a lot of choices, but Otokawa was always in there. Like, he is just really fucking great. I love my chubby walrus man voiced by Natsuki Hanai.
The fact that it's Natsuki Hanai playing so hard against type just makes it all the better.
It really does. It really does. Now, chubby
Otokawa was
walrus...
never going to be less than third place in my eyes, but those final few episodes just shot him right up.
Yeah.
Near the top of my list. He would be number one if I didn't cheat for my winner.
Yeah. So on the subject of your winner, Shin and Lena from 86.
It would have felt bad shorting either one of them.
They are doideragonists. They are doideragonists for sure.
They're co-protagonists, basically.
There's no separating them really, because
their character growth and arc are so excellent and so well intertwined, and
it's the fact that the show splits the time pretty much evenly between them that shows that it also thinks that. Like, I don't think there's any denying that they are the two protagonists of 86.
No, and they are just fantastic characters with excellent character growth. Like Lena, especially, she ran the risk early on of just being a typical white savior character, and then she got taken down hard. Yeah, and for reckoning with her actions and her privilege, and it did wonders for the character.
And I didn't mention it when we were talking about 86 because we have mentioned Theo's speech before, but again, it's so fucking nice for an anime to call out something like white saviorism. It's so nice. And again, while Theo apologized for the way he expressed that message, he nor anyone else in the Spearhead Squad, none of them apologized for the sentiment and the message of the rant.
No, they didn't need to.
But yeah, that's the thing.
Anyways, let's go to your winner.
Lena actually, improved from that and actually tried to help. And I'm sure in the second call we'll see her actually helping out even more overtly. But yes, my winner, if you'll have seen as the screen popped up, it's Shotaro Futaba from Backflip. I love him. He's such a cinnamon roll. I love him so much.
I do think I also want to give some honorable mentions to Vivy from the title character of Vivy, who has a fantastic character arc and was very close to displacing Arakawa from runner-up, but Arakawa just was slightly better. But I also want to mention her, and I want to mention Fushi from To Your Eternity, whose growth as into a person is just absolutely fascinating to watch. But yeah, no. These my winner and runner up, I am not changing. They are still excellent.
No, I'm not changing mine either. I genuinely do. Shotaro he's just such a cinnamon roll, and he just takes to it with such vigor and cheerfulness. And again, I mean, I should have mentioned this when we were talking about Backflip, but I'll mention it here. Backflip is not one of those sports shows that breaks the mold, but it just uses the general sports shows tropes so fucking well. It really does.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on to Best Antagonist, and I am very much hoping that I have not fucked up again. I haven't! Hooray! Hooray.
That's good.
So, I will
right.
try and reveal these about as simultaneously as possible, because once again, our runner-up is the same person. Shizumu, from DYNAZENON.
Shizumu is such a fascinating character, honestly.
It's why I'm so disappointed that the villains in DYNAZENON didn't get as much focus as I wish they had. Because Shizumu was so interesting throughout the show as the potential wild card in the eugenicists. You know, Mujina, Onisha, and Glasses Dude, who's so forgettable I can't even remember his name, were clearly, like, attached to the kaiju cause. Shizumu felt like he could have been turned away.
Shizumu is also fascinating just because of his own fascination with human emotion and relationships.
Yeah. And
which
just
sets them apart from the other kaiju genocists who are much more focused on the growth and expansion of the kaiju themselves.
And just the fact that he ended up in this weird friendship with Yomugi and Yume, like, was just great. I did really like Shizumu. And again, part of it is the fact that he is voiced by, what's his face? Koki Uchiyama, I believe is his name. Yeah, Koki Uchiyama. You know, Shigaraki from MHA, Tsukishima from Haikyuu. Like, he has a recognizable voice, and I really do love that voice.
Also, just so you guys are aware, we opted out of including picks for most of the categories from the sequels because that would have been unfair to the new shows. Which is why you aren't seeing.
Yeah. Only best fight we included sequels, because we decided that basically, you know, there wasn't much room for bias in choosing a good fight, basically.
Yeah, but yeah, if we hadn't done that, the sequels would have likely swept most of the other categories.
That is the issue, is that we've just got that little bit more attachment to sequels already, so. But
they unfortunately have an unfair advantage, so yeah. We are with new shows for most of the categories.
I mean, I wouldn't say stuck, but
well, no, sticking with, as in we are keeping in line with that.
Yeah, but in terms of the winners, we didn't go the same, but we went on a similar route. So yours was Dobu.
Yep, and yours was
mine was Yano.
We both picked characters from the same show, but it was different characters, which is fascinating. Because they're both incredibly interesting characters, but for very different reasons.
I mean, I picked Yano simply because I was so entertained by his rapper persona. I really was. It's just such a fun thing.
I love that bit in episode 11 where he is so flustered that he forgets to rap.
Yeah, I like the fucking polar bear henchman is like, "Oh my god, you're not rapping! Yano-san, please rap! You're forgetting your rhymes."
I think Dobu is a more compelling character.
Oh no,
Just
I
because
agree.
like,
I agree wholeheartedly.
He has a lot more depth and complexity to him than Yano does.
But I think that's almost part of why I didn't pick Dobu, is because he's got that complexity. He doesn't feel wholly like a villain. He had scenes.
Well, this isn't a villain though.
Well, antagonist again.
Like, he is the most diametrically opposed to the protagonist, Otakawa.
Yes.
And that he is trying to manipulate him.
Again, I can understand, but it just felt like he was too much sort of on that edge for me. So as much as I did like Dobu, Yano was more, antagonistic, I felt, on the whole. Again, it seems like Dobu giving life advice to Kawasawa.
That was a fantastic scene.
Yeah. Like, how can that man how can the man giving such good advice be an antagonist? I know how, but
I also do love the fact that Dobu gets shot twice.
Yes, that does help. He gets his comeuppance.
He is an asshole, and he does get the comeuppance he deserves.
Yeah.
Also, I think Yano also got sent to jail.
Oh, Yano definitely got sent to jail. Dobu might have managed to avoid it just because of Little Diamond's warning.
Dobu was shown in jail at the end.
Fair enough.
He was shown in a jail cell.
Fair enough, then yeah. They both got their comeuppance. Both did go to jail. I think the only part of the mob that didn't get sent to prison was the
Tapir dude, yeah.
Tapir dude, yeah. Kiryu Tapir.
Yeah,
So that's best antagonist. Moving on to best boy.
Ensemble.
No, best boy.
Oh, best boy? Okay.
It goes best boy, girl, and ensemble, then ensemble on my list.
Okay, that's fine.
So your pick for best boy for runner-up is Defrot.
Yep. I was very close to picking Theo for the runner-up, but Defrot, with his little monologue at the end of in the last episode of the series, just edged Theo out.
I love Defrot's little monologues, even if I don't understand most of the references because I'm uncultured.
Defrot is the ultimate theater kid.
He absolutely is. He is the fucking emo theater kid, for sure.
But yeah, no, Defrot is an excellent character, and I do love him dearly. He is just so interesting, and I love how he gets one over on
Rufus.
On Rufus at the end.
Yeah. My runner-up is Mashiro from Backflip. Look, he's voiced by Murase. He has earrings, and he's another genius ditz, and I love him to pieces. Like, he's introduced.
Hey, you're allowed to do that.
He's introduced playing group tag against a bunch of kids and just fucking schooling on them with his gymnastic moves.
That's pretty dope.
Like, and again, I just love that, when he first met Shotaro, he was basically calling him a scrub, but by the end of the show, he's full on, like, you are a rival now. Good. I look forward to facing you.
Mm-hmm.
So your winner for best boy is, of course, Buff Gugu. I think the picture,
lizard boy.
The picture I picked, I think, emphasizes the buffness.
Yes,
I love
my swole lizard son.
I was very glad that I managed to find something like this.
It's perfect.
Yeah,
it's perfect. Gugu is probably the best supporting character in the series so far of To Your Eternity.
Yeah.
He's just such a fantastic character, and I love his growth and development.
Yeah.
And I'm so sad about him. He deserves the world and more, but he still gets the audience's love and my love. He is amazing, and I love my son. But I know who your pick is for winner.
My winner is Defrot. We've already explained why. He's the ultimate theater kid. I loved his fucking voice. Just everything about him was so engrossing. and just so interesting. I honestly, like, Mars Red would have been a much less interesting show without him. He was what kept my interest in the show so much. And to the
the Fraud was probably the best character in the show.
Yeah.
Like, I like the rest of the cast, Code Zero and such, but the Fraud carried a good chunk of the show on his shoulders.
Kurisu is a nice boy, Yamagami is good, Suwa is cool, Takeuchi is hammy as fuck and I love him, but none of them just reached the level of just intrigue and enjoyableness.
Pure ham.
Yeah, that Defrot did. I really did he's just so interesting. He really is. And again, shout out to fucking Kieran Strange for such a fucking superb performance. Absolutely superb.
A lot of the voice actors in a lot of these series did an excellent job, but yeah, no, the dub actors for Mars Red especially were really good.
Yeah, I mean, this season has really rekindled my love for dubs, and I'm hoping that now that the pandemic is starting to wind down, I'm hoping we'll be able to get some more simuldubs going.
Fingers crossed, knock on wood.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I forgot. We didn't do the honorable mentions for Best Antagonist.
Oh, go ahead. I'll just switch back to that.
Because we got 3 shows with Best Antagonist being shitty parents, as we mentioned.
Bruce Basket, Snow White Notes, and Higehiro. I'm trying to remember if any of the shows that I watched that you didn't would apply. Let me just get my list up. I think there probably was.
And another honorable mention for Systemic Racism in '86. Unfortunately, Abstract Concepts can't win, so oh well. It'll have to settle for being an honorable mention.
Yeah. So I just want to say I was originally going to have Shotaro winning Best Boy because I didn't want to pick... I wasn't sure if I wanted to pick him as Best Protagonist over Koguma, but I decided against it. I just went for Shotaro and then Defrot winning Best Boy. Because I also wanted to fucking shout out Mashiro. But moving on to Best Girl.
I mean, runner-up for Best Girl was pretty easy.
Yours was
some of the female... Yeah. As good as female characters were for a lot of the season, Yume is just such a fantastic character.
Yume was a really good character.
Her romance with Yomogi and her relationship with the rest of the Dynazenon crew was just absolutely incredible, and she is just such a well-developed character who is a lot more subtly expressed and a lot more nuanced than a lot of other characters in other shows this season.
Yume was a very close third for me, but taking second by a hair is Mayumi from Pretty Boy Detectives.
Oh, nice.
Because again, she was the driving heart of the show, and of the gags, and I just really enjoyed her. In a show where I was just, struggling to find things to enjoy, Mayumi was one of them.
I mean, if we're going to talk about honorable mentions and close runner-ups, I would be remiss without at least mentioning I'd be remiss without at least mentioning Elizabeth from Vivy and Beelzebub from Killing Slimes, as well as, of course, well, a lot of the female characters from Snow White Notes were also really good, but none of them quite had enough fleshed out character attributes to really qualify for this, honestly.
As for the winner, though, once again, we were in sync. It's Koguma from Super Cub.
I feel like it's almost cheating to have Koguma be the winner when Reiko also exists, but at the same time, Koguma.
I mean, the issue was Well, I can actually say what I was going to say back in Best Boy. I was going to have Shotaro be the winner of Best Boy and Koguma Best Girl, so that I didn't pick one or the other for Best Protagonist. Because, honestly, I loved them equally. But at the same time, I also didn't want to give both my Best Girl picks to Super Cup characters. Because I'm going to be honest, Reiko and Koguma are better than all the other female characters I've watched this season. Certainly
it's not
new
that
shows.
hard because they are fantastic characters. Yeah. But, like, there were plenty of good female characters this season. It's just that, unfortunately, Koguma reigns supreme, and Reiko is her liege lady.
Yeah.
Or, not liege lady, like, her second. Like,
okay, so I've, by the way, I've
good to shout out Anju and Kurina from A6 as well.
So I just want to say that I found the interview I was talking about Super Cub with the director, and he actually says Koguma is by nature a quiet and expressionless character. Perhaps that is why the impression she makes when she smiles is more pronounced. I gave the following instructions to the production team. Koguma does not show emotions when she is with people, but when she is alone or on her scooter, you can show her happy, angry, or sad.
Interesting.
So again, I do think that the director really got Koguma, and that really came through. And again, it's just so nice to be able to see a character like her come out of a shell so much. It really is.
Yeah.
But moving on to Best Ensemble. So your runner-up was Dynazenon.
I mean, Dynazenon is inherently an ensemble piece, and it works excellently in that regard.
I mean, I do just have to point out, we are saying Best Ensemble. It's also, it's Best Supporting Cast. That just didn't fit at the top of the screen. So we went with Best Ensemble. They mean the same thing, basically, but, Yeah.
I mean, if we were going to... There are a few honorable mentions to say. In 86 was a great ensemble series. To Your Eternity, I think, had a really good supporting cast, and for as neglected as they are, Snow White Notes still had a great supporting cast as well.
It did. As I said when we were talking about it, it's Snow White Notes supporting cast was one of the best parts of the show. And it's why it's a shame that they just lacked in attention to an extent.
But Dynazenon was an ensemble piece through and through, and that is why it is my runner-up.
Dynazenon was
an excellent job.
Dynazenon was very much my third place. It was a very close one. But once again...
Let me guess. Backflip is runner-up.
Backflip is runner-up! I'm sorry. I just...
You are very predictable, Mill.
I know I'm predictable. But I just couldn't put aside the love that I had for every single member of the Backflip cast. And it's mostly, obviously, it's the Shosaku team with the coach and with the manager. The manager, I didn't mention the manager. The manager is so fucking dry and it's great. She is absolutely incredible. But it's also the other team, and the fact that they are clearly similar, but they are just subtly different enough that they really aggravate each other. Especially the captains, and it's so fucking great, and I love it. But in terms of the winners, once again, we are on the exact same page, because there's no other winner for Best Ensemble than Oddtaxi. There's just no... there's just no other way. There's no other show we could have given it to. Like when I was putting it together, I did lay out my options of Oddtaxi, Dynazenon, and Backflip, and went, okay, so who's winning? Oddtaxi. Yeah, I kind of can't give it to anyone else. As much as I love Backflip, I can't give it to anyone other than Oddtaxi.
I racked my brain continuously. And it's like, I cannot think of anything with a better ensemble than Oddtaxi. I just can't.
I can't think of anything with a
so well together.
I can't think of anything with a better ensemble this year, or even in the last couple of years. Like Oddtaxi uses its ensemble perfectly.
Oddtaxi is just quite possibly one of the best media properties I've ever seen to use an ensemble cast in such a short runtime.
Yeah. It's just so well written. It's just so well written. Everything has its place. Every character has their place. Everyone is connected, and it's just so well done. So yeah, it is
damn near flawless use of an ensemble cast. Honestly,
there was just no other show we could have given it to.
No, definitely not. We could not have awarded that to anyone else.
But moving on to best opening.
This was a fun one.
So, your runner-up, one of Vivy's OP, Sing My Pleasure by Kairi Yagi, who did
Sing My Pleasure was the
performances.
Yeah, Sing My Pleasure was the OP that got used the most, and it was
I didn't notice that.
Excellent OP.
I kind of cacked myself when I was getting it because I basically just searched Vivy Fluorite's iSong OP and took the screenshot from that video, and then when I was writing down the name of it so that I could remember it, I went on the Vivy Mal page and saw how many OPs there were and went, oh shit, did I get the screenshot from the wrong one? Oh no. Check. Oh, I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay.
But yeah, no, Vivy is a music show through and through, and honestly, not through and through, but a huge component of Vivy is the music, and having an excellent OP is a big part of that. Also, having a robot idol sing just such an excellent song is just so perfect.
And I find it interesting that they didn't go for the get the voice actress to do the insert songs.
Maybe that's not her strong suit. I don't know.
No, I mean, that's absolutely fair. It's just an interesting one, because usually they do obviously get the voice actor or voice actress to do the singing. But they obviously made the decision that they would rather have a good actor than a good singer. Which is, again, it's not a bad choice. It's just an interesting choice given how it's usually done.
I mean, having a good actress for the role was necessary to convey all the subtleties of a robot becoming more human.
Oh, I'm sure. For my runner-up...
So who's your runner?
I'm sorry to be honest.
Is it Backflip?
It's Backflip. Seishun no Enbu by Sentimental. I will admit that it is in part because of Sentimental, because I fucking love them.
They are a good band.
They are a really fucking good band, and I really love the song they used. But at the end of the day, I looked at the others. I thought about the Snow White notes, but my issue was just that I just wasn't as much of a... I liked the song, but I wasn't as much of a fan of the visuals. 86, I liked the visuals, but I wasn't as much of a fan of the song. Oddtaxi...
86 was actually my third place, and Oddtaxi my fourth.
Oddtaxi, I just never really got the obsession with the OP, honestly. I thought it was a decent enough OP, but it wasn't... I honestly started skipping it after a while.
I like how chill it was.
It's a good OP. It is a good OP. And it was basically between Super Cub and Backflip, but I just really love the visuals in Backflip, because again, it's a combination of them performing and basically screenshots of them of the boys together, and again, it's just a really fun OP, especially with the song.
That is completely.
But for your winner, Blizzard by Burnout Syndrome's The OP for those Snow White notes.
Dude, it's fucking Burnout Syndromes. It's a fantastic song.
I don't disagree about the song. The song is very good. As I said, my issue is just slightly with the visuals.
That is fair, but at the same time, like, the song more than compensated for the visuals, in my opinion.
Again, I entirely understand. I entirely understand why you've picked it. Just wasn't for me, personally.
That is fair.
It probably
What
does
was your winner?
My winner was Shake and Shake by Sumika, Pretty Boy Detectives Club. Look, it had fucking rotoscope dancing in it, and it was a Sumika song. It was the perfect combination of visuals and song. I'm sorry, it's so good. It's so good. To the point where on YouTube I have actually liked a video of, I believe, a short Japanese girl doing the dancing segments. It's a really good OP. Like, it is the strongest part of Pretty Boy Detectives. My one slight gripe is that I do actually wish they had once Mayumi became a part of the club properly, that they'd changed it to incorporate that, but it's fine. It's still a really, really fun OP with all the dancing segments. It really is. It's just... And Sumika, I love Sumika's songs. I've got so many of them on my fucking phone now. Just for...
That is...
I'm trying to remember how many other fucking... Let's see if they are... Do they have a mal entry so that I can figure that out? Yes, they do. So they did a mix OP. I've listened. I haven't watched Wodokoi, but I've listened to the song that they used there, and it is also very good. And they did a song for the ending song for the second My Hero movie.
Ah, nice.
They also did a song for the movie I Want to Eat Your Pancreas, which I don't believe I've heard, but I'm sure is very good. They're a very upbeat band, and also the fucking music video for Shake and Shake might just be the most insane music video I've seen, because they did it in one take, or well, it was a oneer of a video, so they did it all in one shot. And it is just insane. And I'm saying that having, watched the music video for the fucking Isoken OP.
Ah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that was...
So moving on to Best ED. I need to go for just a quick second to let my cat in, because if I don't let him in now, he might run away, and I don't want him to do that. So you talk about your second choice. On My Own by Hyde.
I mean, Mars Red has a great ED, honestly. Like, the music and the visuals pair extremely well together, and it's nice to have a cool rock track to complement the tone, cool somber rock track to complement the tone of the show as a whole and the ending in particular. And it works extremely well as a character theme for Defraught, because he is basically the focus of the visuals and basically the character thesis for the ED.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I tend to not really watch endings, so my ending picks are very much based on the song as well as the visuals, or more the song than the visuals this time.
Oh, the song is definitely like excellent for this one.
But because I'm just gonna reveal my winner, because it's the exact same. It's On My Own by Hyde for Mars Red. When I was just going through them to make sure that I knew I had my winner, I was trying to get a screenshot for this. It does actually sort of tell Defraud's backstory, I think, to an extent, the visuals.
To a degree, yeah.
And the actual song is really matches up with the vibe of the show as well. Like the lyrics of the song actually are very vampire themed. But honestly, I couldn't pick any other winner because, frankly, I'm now I've started listening to a bunch of Hyde songs, so I kind of have to give it to him.
Fair enough. Who is your runner-up then?
My runner-up is Strobe Memory by Mayu Uchida, Dynazenon's ED.
Ooh, good choice.
That
was probably my third place, very close with Snow White Notes.
Very much it was the only thing that took it above Oddtaxi, because I've really enjoyed Oddtaxi's song, but the visuals are sort of dull, I would say, for the ED, because it's just the taxi driving. But Dynazenon's visuals really took it a step above for me. The visuals are really, really good and enjoyable.
Honestly, there were a lot of good OPs and EDs this season.
There were.
But my favorite ED this season is easily, hands down, the winner for me.
Nai Nai by Ryo Na, Shadow's House.
Fucking hell. The song and the visuals on this one just are flawless. Like, it's... This is one of the few songs where I actually really like the whisper singing segments.
Yeah.
Because they actually go extremely well tonally with the visuals and the show overall.
Mm-hmm.
But you also just have, like, the overall visuals of the ED, which layer into the mysteries of the show and the overall tonal aesthetic of the show. Like, this ED aesthetic as fuck.
No, I watched it to get the screenshot, and I was, like, gobsmacked. Like, I thought it was really fucking good.
Yeah, no, this was hands down the winner for me. Like, from the first time I saw this ED, I was like, this is my favorite ED this season.
I mean, I've very much felt the same about Mars Red, so we're in agreement that the winner was clear from the off.
Yeah, no. This excellent ED. Excellent ED.
I
would recommend
very good season for EDs, but yeah.
I would definitely recommend looking these ones up, honestly. But, like, again, this whole season was just stacked with great OPs and great EDs.
Yeah. So, moving on to Best Fight.
This one was fun.
So, your runner-up, Spearhead Squadron versus the Shepherd Rays Legion.
This one was probably the culmination of... This one was basically the culmination of Lena and Shin's combined character arc during the season.
Absolutely, yeah.
And it worked as an excellent emotional climax for both of them, as well as just, like, being an excellently choreographed fight overall, too.
Yeah.
And combine that with some very choice, horrific imagery and good old sci-fi horror stuff.
Yeah.
This made it such a fantastic fight to watch.
I mean, just the big damn heroes moment alone was great.
It was great. This is an excellent fight. It's really hard for me to really top it.
Yeah.
There was only one fight this season that I thought was better. I will give honorable mentions to some of the other fights in a couple of the sequels, especially Match 3 of the Class A versus Class B.
So that was
that was the one with Ida and Shoto.
Yeah, so that was Team Ida versus Team Hononuki.
Yes, which that was a very close third due to just the sheer Sakuga involved in Ida and Shoto's big moves. But yeah, what's your runner-up?
But it's interesting that you mentioned My Hero, because mine is also from My Hero. But mine is Team Tokoyami versus Team Kurohiro. I'm mentioning those two in particular because those two are what set it apart for me, because they're such
Edgelords.
They're dark, edgy boys, and they're fucking hilarious.
That's fair. That is fair.
Like when they're like talking to each other, they're fucking like taking each other so seriously with the dumb shit they're saying. But it was also just a really cool and interesting fight.
I mean, I like most of the joint training fights overall. It's just like most of them felt kind of dragged. Match 3 was the only one that didn't feel dragged out to me, or too rushed either.
I mean, I also like this fight because it's got fucking manga in it. And he's fucking great. I love him. I wish he was in Class A.
I do also like Invisigirl just petting Dark Shadow.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's just a case of I like most of the components of these teams, and I think they worked really well together to create a really interesting fight. But again, part of it is just that, you know, I enjoyed the edgelordiness of Tokiyami and Kurohiro. I did think about the other fights in MHA, and you know, I still say I enjoyed this one the most out of all of them. Fair.
I will also like to give a shout out to Team Dynazenon versus the Final Kaiju. From Dynazenon. That was also a very good fight.
Very good, very good fight. Very well choreographed. Probably didn't need to happen, but you know, to each their own.
No, that's fair. That's fair. That was a good fight.
No,
and another honorable mention to Shion versus Milam at badminton.
Okay, so your first choice, which is Vivy versus Yugo from Vivy, episode 9.
God, this was such a fucking fantastic fight.
Just from that screenshot that you gave to me, it looks intricate, and that makes me think I'll love it.
It is just such an excellent fight, partially because it's a good character culmination, and it's rich with character conflict, but it's also just extremely good looking and extremely well choreographed. Just like, there's so much Saga in this fight. You see like bullet time.
It's Wit Studio.
It's Wit Studio. It is hard to go wrong with a fight done by Wit Studio. It is just so fucking good looking.
Look, I had my issues with Vinland Saga, and I have a multitude of issues with Attack on Titan. One thing I will not slag either of them for is how good their fights looked.
Yeah, they are excellent at choreographing fights and action scenes.
Speaking of well-choreographed action scenes, though, my winner, Shofukan, Rofio, and Tenmei versus Kase Meiko from Thunderbolt Fantasy.
I fucking knew you were going to go with Taiwanese puppets for this.
I'm sorry, they've got such good fights. Genuinely.
I'm not blaming you.
And this...
I'm just saying you were predictable.
I know. I'm very predictable. I'm very, very predictable in these things, but... Honestly, this fight was such a fucking visual spectacle. Because it's the first time that we've actually seen Shofukan not only go out, but willingly use an actual sword. Because usually he uses his fake sword because he says killing somebody should take a lot of effort. It should mean something. So for him to actually use a real sword against Kase Meiko sort of like says something about the severity of the situation, and he still didn't put a fucking scratch on that man. In fact, the only reason the three heroes managed to get away is because after Kase Meiko basically sliced out Tenmei's eyes, Rofio went on a fucking roaring rampage of revenge, like set fire to most of the area, and then dropped a fucking lightning bolt down on Kase Meiko. I want to add that this is fucking puppetry that they're doing this with. This isn't like animation where, like, you can expect, you know, a lightning bolt would make sense. They're doing this with puppets. This is basically live action. They had to fucking make something that looked like a lightning bolt drop on Kasemeko, who still managed to fucking walk away unscathed. This is a fantastic fight. This is such a good fight. And Kasemeko is fucking terrifying because of this fight. Because he was barely trying the entire time.
I mean, that's an effective way to establish a powerful antagonist.
Yeah. But
we're
moving
gonna
on.
get another MHA fight in the next season for the winner, probably for both of us, by the way.
Probably, yeah. But moving on to best sequel, or sequel of the season.
I mean, my winner is going to be obvious as hell, but the runner-up is slightly less so.
Your runner-up is Nomad, Megalobox Season 2.
This made me fucking cry, guys. It hit so hard emotionally. And it was just it is an almost perfect follow-up to a good show. And it's, like I said before, it is one of the few follow-ups that actually makes its predecessor retroactively better. I think. It's just such an excellent show, and it does such a good job of dealing with so many themes, and it even tackled like some really thorny issues like scientific ethics and the plight of immigrants who deal with the racism when they move to another country. And it just handles all of that extremely well.
And it didn't shoot itself in the foot, leg, and ankles.
Yeah, no, it didn't. It did an excellent job of integrating that immigrant's plight into the series overall, both with Chief's arc and with Mac's arc. And it did a fantastic job. Like, Zombieland Saga Revenge, Moriarty the Patriot, and MHA all did excellent sequels, but Nomad is fucking amazing.
It is funny.
And I'm not apologizing for putting in second.
It's funny that you should mention Zombieland Saga Revenge, though, because that is my runner-up for sequel of the season.
I mean, if Nomad wasn't coming out this season, I probably would have put Zombieland Saga Revenge for my runner-up.
I do just want to point out that I'm not, like, considering MHA a part of this, because if I did, it would just easily win, because it's MHA for me.
Yeah,
so,
MHA I know is your favorite.
So it's in a rank above all of this. So even in a slightly weaker season like this, it's still a rank above because it's MHA. There's very few other shows that I read fucking fan fiction for. MHA is pretty much the only one. So,
well, why don't you talk about Zombieland Saga?
So I will talk about Zombieland Saga again. We talked about Zombieland Saga. It's just such a fun show, and it's such a fun take on a generally fairly cookie-cutter genre.
Like, if you had told me when I watched the first episode of the first season that this was going to be an idol show before I watched it, I would call bullshit.
I mean, that first scene in that first episode is still one of the biggest shocks I've ever had, just because obviously it had zombies in the name, so I was expecting it to be a zombie show. So when Sakura came running out, I was expecting her to get nommed by a zombie. No, she got fucking hit by Truck-kun.
She got isekai'd into a zombie idol show.
And then it turned out to be an idol show, and I kept watching, and it was great. And its second season just got better because
Zombieland Saga has probably my favorite opening scene to any anime ever.
I agree, honestly. It's just incomparable, because it's just such a shock when you first see it.
Yeah. But I think we both know what the winner is for both of us.
Yeah. Yours is Fruits Basket. Mine is Thunderbolt Fantasy Season 3.
Yeah, no. We're very predictable.
For a moment, I I hesitated because I thought you thought that I'd picked Fruits Basket as well. It's just like, you might be surprised. Yeah.
I knew you picked Thunderbolt Fantasy. You lover of Taiwanese fucking puppets.
Hey, Genna Ibuchi agrees with me.
Fruits Basket is probably... It has had the most emotional impact on me of almost any fictional property I've ever consumed. Like, the only series that has made me cry as much as cry more than Fruits Basket has is One Piece. Yeah. And One Piece has the advantage of being 1,000 chapters long.
Yeah.
So yeah, Fruits Basket hits me hard in the feels, and it makes me feel both happy and sad and all sorts of other emotions. And it is a beautiful show, warts and all.
Yeah. I mean, you'll fucking know why I picked Taiwanese puppets. I mean,
yeah, no, you've been gushing about it constantly since you started.
Like, it's genuinely the only show to have gotten me so fucking worked up the way I did when fucking Rin Setsuwa's plan was revealed. I'm still in utter awe of that man. He got me so hard. 3 times in 3 seasons, he's gotten me.
Phrasing.
I just don't know. No. I just don't know how I'm gonna figure out what. I thought I had his plan all sussed out, and then he fucking turned it back around on me. Oh. Anyway, moving on to.
Would you say that Ren Setsuwa is a magnificent bastard?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. He is the most magnificent of magnificent bastards. But moving on to our final category, anime of the season. This is, of course, best new anime of the season.
Now, again, I think both of us had our top 10 sussed out before this, but
well, let's
those down, or do you want to unveil our runners up first?
Let's count down. So 10th. What did you pick as number 10?
For me is Saint's Magic Power is Omnipotent.
Mine is Burning Kabaddi.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I generally rank shows, the ones that I've dropped will be below the ones that I've finished, regardless of how bad the ones that I've finished are. Most of the time, unless it's X-Arm. X-Arm did not make it past some of the shows that I dropped, regardless of how amusing I found it. But Burning Kabaddi is my number 10, because I did still enjoy parts of it, even if I don't know why I kept watching it. Number 9.
Yeah. Tokyo Revengers, a.k.a. Trauma. The delinquent anime.
That is fair. My number 9 was Slime Diaries.
Slime was fun, but I watched so many other good shows that I can't really put in the top 10.
You finished a lot more shows than I did, is the thing.
Yeah.
Because I only finished 10 shows.
I finished like 15 new shows.
Yeah. So you've actually got choice for your top 10. I just get to pick the order they're in. Number 8.
Like, number 6 through 8 are somewhat interchangeable for me. Tentatively, I have Mars Red at 8.
My number 8 is Pretty Boy Detectives.
Alright, number 7 then would be Snow White Notes for me.
That is very interesting, because I also have Snow White Notes at 7th.
Yeah. It probably would have been higher if the ending wasn't such a downer.
It wouldn't have been higher for me. There is a fucking gap the size of the Grand Canyon between 7th and 6th for me.
Not quite for me, because Super Cub is 6th for me.
6th for me is DYNAZENON. That ending just brought it down to the bottom of the incredible shows. Number 5?
Top 5, here we go. Top 5, number 5, I'd say DYNAZENON.
Mine
like, the 2 above it just barely edge it out because their endings are better.
My 5th choice, or my 5th placed, was Mars Red. As I said, it's been in 3rd for most of the season, but those stumbles in the shows above it having such good endings just made it so that I couldn't rank it any other way. Number 4.
Time for Oddtaxi. That fucking ending.
Interesting.
That fucking ending.
Interesting that there are 3 shows better than Oddtaxi for you.
Well, the 3 shows above Oddtaxi are extremely good.
No, I understand. I'm just saying because, you know, again, my number 4 is 86. But the reason I was saying that is just because obviously we've gushed so much about Oddtaxi, and so many other people have gushed about Oddtaxi that it seems weird that it's not first placed.
See, the thing is, all 3 shows above it have made me cry.
That's
and
fair.
have hit me so deeply emotionally that I can still feel the emotional impact of them. Oddtaxi was an excellent show. Do not get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But it did not quite resonate with me emotionally the way the 3 above it did.
So, bronze medal.
That goes to Vivy.
Again, I'm really looking forward to watching Vivy, and I will get to it eventually.
It is such a fantastic show.
Like, the only reason I didn't start watching it during the season is because I fell behind too badly for me to think, I'm probably not going to be able to catch up to this.
That is fair.
My bronze medal...
It didn't help that it started off early and with 2 episodes immediately.
No, that didn't help it, because I was planning for it to only have had 1 episode, and then I saw how far in it was. I was like, I don't think I can finish this. Certainly not before the next stream. My bronze medal goes to Oddtaxi.
So we have Oddtaxi pretty close to each other in the rankings.
I mean, my reasoning is that my runner-up and my winner... Like, I really enjoyed Oddtaxi, but I loved my runner-up and winner. And I don't think I've been hiding what they are at all, frankly.
No, you have been very blatant, as have I about mine.
So, your runner-up for anime of the season, 86.
Is 86.
I'm not sure
It is probably one of the best war stories I've ever seen.
As said, it gives me vibes, or makes me reminisce to Blackadder Goes Forth, and that is nothing but a compliment. Because Blackadder Goes Forth is also a fantastic story about war, while also being hilarious.
Yeah, there are very few war stories I've seen that have tackled the topic with such depth and nuance and complexity as 86, in my opinion. It's just such a fantastic series, and it does such an excellent job with its theming and its character writing. And its action sequences and soundtrack are just fucking phenomenal. So silver medal for me.
My runner-up, it's Super Cub.
Yep.
Again, I've been saying this pretty much all stream whenever we've mentioned it. I just love how chill it was. I loved getting to see Koguma come out of a shell. It was just interesting getting to see her and Reiko struggling with decisions about, with the weather and stuff like that. And again, I mean, I just love Koguma so much. I didn't mention it when we were talking about her in Best Girl, but fucking... when she was on her summer job and she bought the fucking raincoat, and like when she got to the school, she just looks up at the sky where it's still raining going, take that. And when she's fucking driving to the school trip, she gets partway up Mount Fuji, looks at it and goes, I'll let you off with this for now. And it's just like, oh my god, I love you. You're very dorky, but I love you.
Yeah, no, her dorkiness is a huge part of the reason why I named her my best girl pick.
It's just such a nice show. And again, in a season with a lot of like tension from shows like Oddtaxi and Fruits Basket, it's just so nice to get to see a show where, frankly, the worst thing that was ever going to happen was a breakdown. So
we did get pretty close with that one near hypothermia instance.
Again, like, even though there was the tension of that scene, I knew nothing bad was going to happen to she, because it would have been so against the nature of the show.
No, that's fair. That's fair, but still, like, that was a tense scene.
Oh no, absolutely, absolutely. Like when that cliffhanger happened, I was like, oh fuck, I knew this was gonna happen as soon as they mentioned that place. No, fuck.
Mm-hmm.
But your anime of the season, To Your Eternity.
To Your Eternity has the distinct honor of being the only series to make me bawl my eyes out with its first episode. Like, this series has broken me in ways I never imagined the series could. But it's also been such a fascinating tale about mortality and immortality and how those two intertwine and intersect. And I just love that high concept fantasy bullshit. I will eat that shit up. And the author who wrote that seems to have known my shits and sent it directly to me, because this is my shits. I love this kind of stuff. This is such interesting stuff, and yet at the same time so emotionally compelling. And I love it. But I know you're a winner, and I'm pretty sure the audience does too. By now.
I haven't hit it at all this season. Not one time. It is, of course, Backflip. Look, as I said, this is not breaking the mold in terms of sports shows. It's absolutely not. But what it is doing is it's taking the tropes and using them so well. Shotaro is such a nice cinnamon roll of a boy, and he's so earnest and gets on so well with the rest of the team. But there's also, you know, tension moments with him getting injured, with I believe his name is Onagawa, feigning being injured because he was feeling guilty about making a mistake and was trying to work that out. And again, there was no sort of gotcha moment and like judgment from any of the others. The coach clearly knew that he was bullshitting, but just let him figure it out because he knew he needed it. And the people who did know just helped him through it. It was just so nice. And honestly, there is just no show, other than maybe Taiwanese Puppets, that has brought me so much joy this season. And I am just so ecstatic that there is going to be a movie of this, and I'm going to get to see more of these characters. But that is all we have for you tonight. It's been another long one. 4 hours, 6 minutes. So if you've stuck around this entire time, or if you have just been flitting in and out, as always, thank you so much for watching. We enjoy doing these streams so much, because we do love getting to talk about our favourite anime, and even the ones that we necessarily don't enjoy so much.
Yeah. Oh, I hope we have to do less roasting next season. I really hope that there's less roasting involved.
I mean, we will say now we are not talking about what are the
We're not
fucking...
going to talk about shows that have yikes us out or have a lot of red flags to their...
Well, I'm just gonna try and get the actual names of them so that they know. Uramichi Onisan is one that we're not talking about. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure whether that's going to be creepy or not, but it seems creepy enough that we just don't want to touch it. We are not talking about Megami Ryo no Ryobokun, because that seems like Shotokan bullshit, and none of us would enjoy that. And we are not talking about... What was the last one? There was one more that we weren't going to talk about that I can't remember the name of. Was it Genjitsu? No, not Genjitsu. There was one more show that we weren't going to... Oh, no. Those were the only two we weren't going to talk about in terms of Yikes content. We're just not talking about Get a Robo Arc because it might be a sequel.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's fair. Yeah, Uramichi Onisan and Megami Ryo no Ryobokun, because honestly we don't want to watch these shows because we know we're not going to like them. So all that's going to happen is we talk about them for a couple of minutes in the premiere stream, shitting on them entirely, and then just never go back to them. So there's absolutely no point in us doing that. There's no point in us wasting our time watching the episodes.
Mm-hmm. We're also unfortunately not going to talk about the Firefire anime because that is a sequel none of us has watched the first season for, unfortunately. So for all of you fans of that series, I'm sorry, we can't talk about it.
So for those not in the know, every season there is a porn anime that somehow makes it onto Mal's under 18 list. Mostly because one of those shows always has a safe for work version where literally pretty much the entire screen is censored out, and a not safe for work version. But the reason this one has come to our attention even more is that it's a fucking sequel. The hentai anime got a sequel somehow, and it seems even worse than before.
God.
Oh.
Anyways,
but yeah, that
is all for tonight. We've been at this for 4 hours. So,
yeah. So when is the premiere stream again? We've got to wait for a bunch of
3
stuff.
weeks from now.
And even then,
3
we're gonna miss fucking Ida Tentachi. It's the 22nd of July. So yeah.
Tentachi premieres that day, so we will be able to.
Will be able to fit it in. It was something else that we were gonna miss, wasn't it?
Jahi is the only one we're gonna miss.
What we're gonna miss.
That's that premieres in fucking August.
Yeah, we're not putting it off for that because by that time some of these shows will have fucking like 5 episodes out.
Yeah, the only ones that we won't be able to get on the premiere stream are Jahi and Magia Record. But everything else will have premiered by then.
But yeah, in terms of future streams, I still need to ask Fuzzy if I can do some side quests for Mass Effect on Saturday. I will hopefully get a reply. Sunday, are we having D&D?
No, because it's July 4th.
Why does that change anything?
Because both Gen, my brother, and I are all going to be busy.
Ugh. Damn colonials and their independence.
Hey, we tossed tea in a harbor. That means it's independence.
You toss tea in a harbor so you get to blow up a part of your country.
Yes, that is exactly the logic at work here. 100%.
I'm surprised California is even allowing fireworks.
I ain't fucking touching fireworks. I do not want to cause a forest fire.
So no D&D this week, but as always on Tuesday, we'll be back to Mass Effect. Just fucking around a bit. Yeah, that's all we have. As always, follow us on Twitch. To get notifications of when we're going live. Follow us on Twitter. I'm going to try and start sending out tweets when I upload archives of the streams to YouTube. Also, give us a subscribe on YouTube so you don't even need the tweets, but I'd like if you followed us anyway. But as always, thank you for watching, and we will see you next time. Good night. Well, good morning for me. It's 4:45 in the morning.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep after this. Good night.
Later.